Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The summer of 2008 marked a turning point in my life, one that continues to haunt my dreams 16 years later. I was 16, not 14, as I sometimes mistakenly recall when trying to distance myself from the memory. That summer, I stayed with my grandparents in rural Pennsylvania while my parents worked through what they called adult problems back home. It was there I met Isabel, a name I've changed to protect her privacy. We connected instantly. Two outsiders in a small town where everyone else had known each other since birth. My grandfather, a stoic man with hands hardened by decades of manual labor, had lived in that area his entire life. His weathered face told stories before his mouth ever opened. One particularly humid evening, as fireflies danced outside and the distant rumble of thunder promised a storm that wouldn't deliver, Isabel and I asked him about local legends. "You looking for trouble?" he asked, eyes narrowing beneath bushy eyebrows. When we insisted we were just curious, he reluctantly spoke of an abandoned property about a kilometer south of their home. "Property belonged to a man named Garrett Shaw," he said, his voice dropping to nearly a whisper despite us being alone in the house. "Came here from Ohio sometime around 1908. Built himself a fine house and a separate cabin where he'd disappear for days. Locals said he conducted experiments." Grandfather leaned forward, the wooden chair creaking beneath him. One winter, folks noticed no smoke coming from his chimney for weeks. When they finally checked, everything was intact. Food on the table, coat on the hook, but Shaw was gone, never found a trace of him. He warned us to stay away, saying the property had a history of bad luck for trespassers. My grandmother, overhearing from the kitchen, added her disapproval with a stern look that would normally have ended any foolish plans. But we were teenagers, convinced of our invincibility and skeptical of rural superstitions. To us, it sounded like the perfect adventure. That night, after my grandparents had gone to bed, Isabel and I whispered our plans through the open window between my grandfather's shed, where I slept, and the guest room where she stayed. The full moon cast long shadows across the yard, creating twisted shapes that seemed to reach toward us. "We should bring protection," Isabel suggested, her face half illuminated by moonlight. "Not because I believe in ghosts, but because abandoned buildings are dangerous." I agreed. In my grandfather's shed, I found 2 hunting knives with worn leather handles. From the kitchen, I quietly borrowed 2 flashlights and extra batteries. The wall clock in the hallway read 11:23 p.m. when we slipped out the back door, careful to let it close without making a sound. The night air felt dense, unusually cold for July. Stars peppered the cloudless sky, but they offered little comfort as we followed the dirt road leading away from the safety of my grandparents' home. Isabel walked close beside me, our shoulders occasionally brushing. Despite our brave talk, I could feel her tension. "Do you actually know where we're going?" she whispered, after we'd been walking for 15 minutes. "South," I replied with more confidence than I felt. Grandfather said it was about a kilometer south. We had no map, no GPS. Smartphones weren't yet ubiquitous, especially not in this reception dead zone. All we had was a vague direction and the arrogance of youth. As the dirt road gave way to an overgrown path, I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting weakly through the darkness ahead. The forest seemed to close in around us, the spaces between trees narrowing. Several times I thought I heard footsteps behind us, only to turn and find nothing but shadows. Isabel must have felt it too, the sensation of being watched, because she moved even closer, her fingers gripping my arm. "Maybe this wasn't such a good idea," she murmured, but neither of us suggested turning back. After what felt like hours but was likely only 40 minutes, we spotted it, a dark silhouette rising from the forest floor. The house stood 2 stories tall, its Victorian architecture a stark contrast to the simple rural buildings we were accustomed to seeing. Windows like empty eye sockets stared back at us, and the wraparound porch sagged in the middle as if exhausted from decades of abandonment. We stood at the edge of the clearing, suddenly hesitant. The house seemed to be waiting for us, patient after all these years. "We came all this way," I said, though it sounded like I was trying to convince myself. Isabel nodded and we approached, stepping carefully over the threshold of the property. Immediately, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. I told myself it was just the natural coolness of a clearing at night, but the suddenness of the change left me unsettled. The front door hung partially open, swollen wood preventing it from closing properly. It groaned in protest as I pushed it wider, revealing a foyer with peeling wallpaper and a thick layer of dust covering everything except, and this detail still disturbs me, a set of footprints that led from the door to the staircase and back. "Someone's been here recently," Isabel whispered, pointing her flashlight at the tracks. "Probably other teenagers," I replied, though the footprints looked too large, too deliberate to belong to thrill-seeking kids. We moved through the first floor, our flashlights revealing a home frozen in time. In the parlor, furniture remained arranged as if awaiting guests. A moth-eaten sofa, 2 armchairs facing each other across a low table. On the walls hung paintings of landscapes I didn't recognize, the colors darkened with age. One painting particularly caught my attention. A forest scene at twilight, with a small, indistinct figure standing among the trees, facing away from the viewer. The kitchen still contained dishes in the cabinets, some broken, others remarkably intact. A cast-iron pot sat on the cold stove, empty but clean, as if waiting to be used again. Most disturbing was the dining room, where places were set for dinner. 3 settings, though Garrett Shaw reportedly lived alone. The table was bare, except for those place settings, and a single book lying open in the center, its pages yellow with age. I approached cautiously and directed my flashlight at the text. The book contained diagrams and dense text in what appeared to be Latin. Isabel, who had taken a year of Latin in school, tried to translate. Something about doors, passages. She shook her head. "My Latin isn't good enough." Throughout the house, in nearly every room, we found dolls. Not children's toys, but crude, handmade figures fashioned from twigs, cloth, and what looked disturbingly like human hair. They sat on windowsills, bookshelves, and furniture, their button eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. "Who makes dolls like this?" Isabel whispered, refusing to touch them. The second floor contained bedrooms, 3 of them, again at odds with the story of a man living alone. The master bedroom appeared undisturbed, bed neatly made, clothes still hanging in the wardrobe. The other 2 rooms were empty except for bare mattresses and more of those unsettling dolls. In what must have been Shaw's study, we found bookshelves lined with texts on obscure subjects, ancient rituals, forgotten languages, and what appeared to be personal journals. I opened one, dated 1912, and read a passage. "The barrier thins near the cabin. I can hear them now, even from the house. They speak to me through the walls between worlds, not much longer now." I closed the journal, suddenly eager to leave the house. The walls seemed to press inward, the air thick and stale, making it difficult to breathe. "Let's check the cabin," I suggested, not because I wanted to, but because it felt like the next logical step in our ill-conceived adventure. The cabin stood approximately 50 yards from the main house, a simple wooden structure with a single window visible from our position. Unlike the house, which merely looked abandoned, the cabin projected an aura of wrongness that's difficult to articulate. The surrounding vegetation had grown wild everywhere, except in a perfect circle around the cabin, as if nature itself refused to approach. As we made our way across the clearing, my flashlight began to flicker despite the fresh batteries. Isabel's did the same, the beams weakening with each step toward the cabin. "I don't like this," she said, stopping about halfway there. I was about to agree when I heard it, a voice, barely audible, coming from somewhere to our right. "Over here." The words weren't shouted but somehow cut through the night air with perfect clarity. I stopped immediately, swinging my flashlight toward the source. "Did you hear that?" I asked Isabel, who looked at me with confusion. "Hear what?" I directed my failing flashlight toward a small mound of what appeared to be cement about 10 feet off our path. Something about it demanded my attention. Despite Isabel calling my name, I felt compelled to investigate. The mound was roughly oval-shaped, about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, with a smooth surface unlike the crude cement work I'd expect in an abandoned property. As I drew closer, I noticed faint markings etched into its surface, symbols similar to those in the book we'd seen in the house. I reached out, fingers hovering inches above the strange object. A terrible coldness radiated from it, not physical cold, but something that seemed to reach past my skin and into my very thoughts. "Don't touch it," Isabel called, but her voice sounded distant, muffled, as if coming from underwater. My hand descended anyway, drawn by an irresistible urge. The moment my fingertips contacted the surface, the world around me vanished. Consciousness returned slowly, like struggling through layers of thick mud. I became aware of damp earth beneath me, the smell of rotting leaves, and complete darkness. My flashlight lay several feet away, its beam reduced to a faint glow that illuminated nothing. I sat up, head pounding with a migraine-like intensity. How long had I been unconscious? Minutes? Hours? The night sky offered no clues, clouds now obscuring the moon and stars. "Isabel?" I called, voice cracking. No response. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to my feet, retrieving my nearly useless flashlight. I swept the dim beam around, desperately searching for her. About 20 feet away, near the cabin's entrance, I spotted a shape on the ground. I ran, stumbling over unseen obstacles, until I reached her. Isabel lay face down in the dirt, unmoving. When I gently turned her over, her skin felt ice cold despite the summer night. "Isabel, wake up!" I shook her shoulders, fear tightening my throat. Her eyes snapped open, unfocused and dilated. For a moment she stared through me rather than at me. Then a scream tore from her throat, raw, primal, filled with terror. "Leave us alone!" she shrieked, pushing away from me with surprising strength. I fell backward, confused and frightened. "It's me. What's wrong?" Her breathing came in rapid gasps as she pressed herself against the cabin wall. "He's been following us since we entered the forest, standing just at the edge of the light, watching." "Who?" "There's nobody. You didn't see him?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Tall. So tall. No face." I looked around us, seeing nothing but shadows. "There's no one here, Isabel. You must have had a nightmare." But even as I said it, I felt that same sensation from earlier, of being observed by unseen eyes. The darkness between the trees seemed denser, more purposeful. Isabel's condition alarmed me. Her face had a gray pallor, and a thin trickle of blood ran from her nose. When she tried to stand, her legs buckled beneath her. "We need to leave. Now." I helped her up, supporting most of her weight as we turned away from the cabin. As we began our retreat, I made the mistake of looking back. Just for an instant, in the weak beam of my flashlight, I thought I saw a figure standing in the cabin doorway, impossibly tall and thin, motionless. I blinked, and it was gone. "God help us," I whispered, no longer concerned with appearing brave. The journey back through the forest became a nightmare of disorientation and fear. Without clear landmarks, and with our flashlights failing, we repeatedly found ourselves walking in circles. Trees that should have been familiar looked alien. Paths that should have led us home looped back toward the property we were trying to escape. Isabel's condition deteriorated with each passing minute. Her skin remained cold to the touch, her breathing shallow. She kept looking over her shoulder, flinching at sounds I couldn't hear. Once, she stopped suddenly, staring into the darkness behind us. "He's still following," she murmured. "He wants us to go back." I tightened my grip on her arm and pressed forward, choosing directions based on instinct rather than knowledge. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every snapping twig signaled pursuit. The forest, which had seemed merely unwelcoming before, now felt actively hostile. After what seemed like hours of panicked wandering, we stumbled upon the dirt road. Relief flooded through me at this sign of civilization, however modest. Isabel had become too weak to walk on her own, so I hoisted her onto my back, her arms draped limply over my shoulders. The road led us back toward my grandparents' house, each step a small victory against the darkness behind us. Isabel's weight grew heavier as my strength waned, but the thought of stopping, of being caught by whatever she believed pursued us, kept me moving. When we finally reached the edge of my grandparents' property, I checked my watch, expecting to see that hours had passed. The digital display read 11:39 p.m. We had left at 11:38 p.m. 1 minute had elapsed during what felt like hours of exploration and terror. I stood frozen, trying to process this impossibility. Had my watch malfunctioned? Had we somehow experienced a shared delusion? Neither explanation satisfied the primal part of my brain that recognized we had encountered something beyond normal understanding. I called my uncle from my grandfather's landline, fabricating a story about Isabel falling and hitting her head while we were taking a night walk. He arrived within minutes, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern when he saw her condition. In the harsh interior light of his pickup truck, Isabel looked worse than she had in the forest. Her skin had a waxy quality, eyes sunken and unfocused. The trickle of blood from her nose had dried, leaving a dark streak against her pale skin. "What really happened?" my uncle demanded as we sped toward the county hospital 20 miles away. I hesitated, then told him everything. Grandfather's story, our midnight expedition, the house with its strange contents, the cement mound, our blackouts, and the impossible time discrepancy. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "You stupid, stupid kids," he said, voice trembling with anger and what I now recognize as fear. "That place has a history. People go missing, others come back. Changed." At the hospital, doctors diagnosed Isabel with a severe concussion, though they seemed puzzled by some of her symptoms. While they examined her, my uncle pulled me aside in the sterile hallway. "Listen carefully," he said, keeping his voice low. In 1962, 4 high school students went to that property on a dare. Only 3 returned. In 1978, a research team from the state university spent a night there. They all came back but reported equipment failures and missing time. One researcher developed seizures that continued until his death 3 years later. In 1993, a family moved into that house despite warnings. They fled after 3 days, the mother babbling about voices in the walls and something in the cabin. They never returned for their belongings. He gripped my shoulders. "Whatever's in that place, it's not natural. You and your friend are lucky to be alive." Isabel remained in the hospital for 3 days. The physical wound on her head, a deep gash that neither of us remembered her receiving, required 12 stitches. But the psychological effects lingered much longer. She experienced nightmares, insomnia, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Sometimes in mid-conversation, she would stop and stare at something over my shoulder, though nothing was there when I turned to look. The most disturbing development appeared 2 weeks after our experience. A scar formed around the healed wound on her head, not the typical straight line of a surgical scar, but an intricate pattern resembling the symbols we had seen in Shaw's book and on the cement mound. When doctors examined it, they had no explanation. One elderly nurse crossed herself and refused to touch it. That was 16 years ago. I've since moved away from Pennsylvania, built a life, and tried to forget what happened that night. For years, I convinced myself we had encountered nothing more than an abandoned property and the power of suggestion combined with teenage imagination. But certain facts remain unexplainable. The missing time, the mysterious wound on Isabel's head, the symbolic scar that followed. And most troubling, the recurrent dreams that have plagued me since that night. Dreams of standing in front of the cabin, hearing a voice invite me inside, and knowing that something waits there, patient and ancient. 3 years after our experience, driven by questions that wouldn't subside, I researched Garrett Shaw. County records confirmed he existed and disappeared in 1916, not the 1908 my grandfather had mentioned. More interesting were newspaper clippings describing Shaw as a scientist of unorthodox methods who had studied with renowned physicists before retreating to rural Pennsylvania. One article mentioned his obsession with thinning the veil between realities, language eerily similar to what I'd read in his journal. Most disturbing was a photograph accompanying the article. Shaw standing in front of his house, tall and gaunt, his eyes deeply shadowed. Behind him, barely visible in the cabin window, was a blurred figure that the caption did not mention. I've never returned to that property, though sometimes I dream of it with such vivid detail that I wake believing I've been there again. In these dreams, I always approach the cabin, always hear the voice calling me, always feel the pull towards something waiting inside. Isabel and I lost touch after that summer. Last I heard, she had moved to Arizona, as far from Pennsylvania forests as possible. I wonder if she still feels watched, if she still sees movement at the corner of her vision, if the scar still forms perfect, impossible symbols on her skin. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I find myself staring into the shadows of my bedroom, remembering the sensation of unseen eyes. I wonder what would have happened if we had entered the cabin. I wonder what Garrett Shaw found behind the thinning veil. Most of all, I wonder if part of us never left that forest, if something of our essence remains there, trapped in that single minute that contained hours of experience. The rational part of my mind dismisses these thoughts as the lingering trauma of a frightening teenage experience. But another part, the part that feels the weight of unseen observation in empty rooms, knows that some questions are better left unanswered, some doors better left unopened. Whatever waits in that cabin is still waiting and always will be. This happened back in September of 2003. I was 16 years old and just starting my junior year when my father announced we'd be taking a family fishing trip to northern Quebec. Dad worked in the textile import business and had developed a friendship with a supplier in Montreal named Bernard Rousseau. They'd been corresponding for months about this expedition, planning to strengthen their business relationship over a shared love of fishing in the remote wilderness. Bernard was bringing his 17-year-old son, so Dad decided to bring me and my older sister Camille. We were 18 months apart and had always been inseparable. Our parents often called us the dynamic duo because of our tendency to find trouble wherever we went. Mom thought the wilderness would be the perfect place to keep us out of mischief. The drive from our home in White Plains took 2 full days. We stayed overnight in a roadside motel just outside Montreal, where Dad reviewed maps with an intensity that made me nervous. These weren't ordinary road maps. They were topographical surveys covered in elevation lines and symbols I didn't recognize. The area we were heading to had more white space than marked features. "How far north are we going exactly?" Camille asked, peering over Dad's shoulder at the maze of blue lines representing waterways. "Far enough that cell phones won't work," Dad replied with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "That's the whole point. Complete disconnection from civilization." The next morning, we met Bernard at a Tim Hortons near the highway. He was a thick-set man with calloused hands and eyes that seemed permanently squinted from years of reading in poor light. His son Pascal appeared to be the stereotypical awkward teenager, all elbows and acne, with thick glasses that he constantly adjusted. He barely made eye contact when we were introduced. As we drove north in convoy, the landscape began to change dramatically. The suburban sprawl of Montreal gave way to farmland, then smaller towns, then forests that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The highways became smaller roads, then gravel tracks that wound through terrain that looked increasingly untouched by human development. We stopped for lunch at a small diner where the waitress spoke rapid French and looked at us with barely concealed suspicion. Dad handled the conversation while Camille and I struggled with our high school French. The woman's expression softened slightly when she realized we were making an effort, but her smile never reached her eyes. She asked if we knew how dangerous the woods can be this time of year. Dad translated after she walked away. "Apparently, there have been some incidents with wildlife lately." "What kind of incidents?" I asked, but Dad just shrugged and returned to his coffee. After lunch, we left the main road entirely. The track we followed was barely wide enough for 2 vehicles, carved through dense forest that pressed in on both sides. Occasionally, we'd pass massive logging trucks loaded with tree trunks so large They defied comprehension. The drivers never waved or acknowledged our presence. They just thundered past, leaving clouds of dust and diesel fumes in their wake. "Look at the size of those trees," Camille whispered, pressing her face to the window. "Some of them must be hundreds of years old." She was right. The forest we were passing through felt ancient, primordial. The trees were so tall their tops disappeared into shadow, and the understory was so thick it appeared impenetrable. There were no hiking trails, no signs of human recreation, just endless wilderness that seemed to swallow the road ahead of us. As we drove deeper into this green maze, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. It wasn't just the isolation, though that was certainly part of it. There was something about the quality of the light filtering through the canopy, something about the way shadows seemed to move when they should have been still, that made the hair on my arm stand up. "How much further?" I asked Dad, trying to keep my voice casual. He consulted his map again. "According to Bernard, we should reach the outfitter's station within the hour. From there, it's a boat ride to the island." Island. That was the first time anyone had mentioned we'd be staying on an island. Somehow, I'd imagined a lakeside cabin, maybe with hiking trails and other campers nearby. The reality was beginning to sound much more isolated than I'd prepared for. The outfitter's station, when we finally reached it, was little more than a weathered wooden building with a dock extending into a lake so large I couldn't see the opposite shore. The proprietor, a grizzled man named Dennis, spoke broken English and seemed surprised to see us. "You sure you want island?" he asked Dad repeatedly as we loaded our supplies into his boat. "Is very, how you say, alone out there. No other people for many kilometers." Dad assured him that isolation was exactly what we were looking for. As we putted away from the dock, I caught a glimpse of Dennis shaking his head and making the sign of the cross. The boat ride took nearly an hour, winding through a maze of channels and bays that all looked identical to my untrained eye. The water was so dark it appeared black, reflecting the overcast sky like a mirror. Occasionally, we'd pass other islands, some with cabins, most completely wild. But as we traveled further from the outfitter's station, even these signs of civilization disappeared. The silence was oppressive. Our boat's motor was the only sound for miles, and when Dennis occasionally cut the engine to check his bearings, the quiet that descended felt almost supernatural. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Even the water lapped against our hull with a muffled quality that seemed to absorb sound rather than produce it. "Where are all the animals?" Camille asked, voicing what we were all thinking. Bernard said something to Dennis in rapid French. The old man's face grew serious as he responded, gesturing toward the shoreline with obvious agitation. "What did he say?" I pressed. "He says the animals have been different lately," Bernard translated reluctantly. "Moving in unusual patterns. Some species have disappeared entirely from areas where they were once common." "Disappeared how?" Dad asked, his business instincts picking up on something evasive in Bernard's tone. "He's not sure. Dennis has been guiding in these waters for 30 years, and he says he's never seen anything like it." Before anyone could ask more questions, our destination came into view. The island was smaller than I'd imagined, perhaps 50 yards across at its widest point, with a single cabin situated near the center. A small dock extended from the eastern shore, with 2 aluminum rowboats tied alongside it. There was a woodpile, an outhouse, and not much else. The closest land was at least 200 yards away across dark water. As we approached the dock, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. The shoreline we were approaching was completely clear, just rocky beach and a few scattered boulders. But the mainland shore visible across the water was a wall of forest so dense it appeared solid, like a green-black curtain that started at the water's edge and extended upward beyond sight. Dennis helped us unload our supplies with efficient movements, but I could see he was eager to leave. He declined Dad's invitation to stay for coffee, muttering something about wanting to reach the outfitter's station before dark. As his boat disappeared into the maze of channels, the sound of its motor fading to nothing, the weight of our isolation settled over us like a physical thing. The cabin itself was more comfortable than I'd expected. 2 sets of bunk beds, a wood stove, a small kitchen area with a propane refrigerator, and windows that looked out over the water in 3 directions. Someone had carved dozens of names and dates into the wooden walls, previous visitors leaving evidence of their passage. Most of the dates were recent, within the last decade, but some went back to the 1970s. "Look at this," Camille called from near the window facing the mainland. She was pointing to a carving that read, "Help us, 1987," in letters that had been scratched deep into the wood with obvious desperation. "Probably just kids fooling around," Dad said, but his voice lacked conviction. Pascal, who had been quiet during the entire journey, spoke up for the first time. "My father and I came here last spring," he said in heavily accented English. "The fishing was strange then, too. The fish we caught had scars, deep scars, like something had tried to eat them but let them go." Bernard shot his son a sharp look. "Pascal exaggerates," he said quickly. "Boys his age have active imaginations." But Pascal continued, ignoring his father's obvious displeasure. "And the sounds at night? You'll hear them soon enough. They don't sound like any animal I know." "That's enough," Bernard snapped, and Pascal fell silent. But not before I caught the fear in his eyes. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in and preparing dinner. The men organized tackle boxes and discussed fishing strategies for the morning, while Camille and I explored the island's perimeter. It didn't take long. We could walk the entire shoreline in under 10 minutes. The island's interior was mostly flat, covered with scraggly grass and a few stunted pine trees that seemed to struggle in the shallow soil. But it was the view of the mainland that dominated everything. From every vantage point, we looked across dark water at an unbroken wall of forest that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "There's something wrong with those woods," Camille said quietly as we stood at the island's northwestern point. "Look how dark they are, even though it's still daylight." She was right. While the sky above us was merely overcast, the forest across the water appeared to exist in perpetual twilight. The trees were so densely packed that no light seemed to penetrate more than a few feet into their depths. "And look at the tree line," I added, pointing to where the forest met the water. "There's no beach, no transition zone. It's like the trees are growing right out of the water." As if responding to our scrutiny, a sound echoed across the lake from those dark woods, a low, resonant call that seemed to come from deep within the forest. It wasn't quite a howl, wasn't quite a groan, but something in between that made every muscle in my body tense. "What was that?" Camille whispered. Before I could answer, the sound came again, closer this time, and unmistakably answered by something else deeper in the woods. The calls seemed to move through the forest in a pattern, as if multiple creatures were communicating across vast distances. We hurried back to the cabin as shadows began to lengthen across the water. I woke before dawn to the sound of my father moving around the cabin, quietly preparing coffee and breakfast. The wood stove had burned down to coals during the night, and the cabin was cold enough that I could see my breath. Through the window, the lake surface was perfectly still, covered with a thin layer of mist that made the mainland shore barely visible. "Morning, sunshine," Dad whispered when he saw me stirring. "Want to help me get the fire going again?" I nodded and slipped out of my sleeping bag, careful not to wake Camille. As I fed kindling to the coals, Dad began preparing breakfast, bacon, toast, and coffee strong enough to wake the dead. I had never been much of an early riser, but there was something about the complete silence outside that made sleep seem impossible anyway. "Sleep well?" Dad asked, though something in his tone suggested he hadn't. "Did you hear those sounds last night?" I asked quietly. "After we went to bed?" Dad paused in his coffee preparation. "What kind of sounds?" "Like calling. From across the water. It went on for hours." He was quiet for a long moment. "Old forests make strange noises," he said finally. "Trees settling, branches rubbing together in the wind. Sounds carry differently over water too. They can seem closer than they really are." But I had been listening to those sounds for hours, and they definitely weren't trees settling. They had rhythm, pattern, almost like a language, and they had moved through the forest in ways that suggested intelligence behind them. Bernard and Pascal were already awake and organizing their fishing gear when Camille finally emerged from her sleeping bag. She looked as tired as I felt, with dark circles under her eyes and a distracted expression. "Bad dreams?" I asked her quietly while the men discussed their fishing strategy. Weird dreams, she corrected. I kept dreaming I was swimming across the lake to the mainland. In the dream, I could see things moving in the forest, watching me. But I couldn't stop swimming toward them. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold morning air. I had experienced something similar. Not exactly dreams, but a strange pulling sensation, as if something across the water was calling to me specifically. After breakfast, we loaded into the 2 aluminum rowboats. Dad and Bernard took one boat, while Pascal rowed Camille and me in the other. The plan was to fish the deeper waters near the center of the lake, where Bernard claimed the largest pike and walleye could be found. The mist was beginning to lift as we rowed away from the island, revealing more of the lake's vast expanse. In daylight, I could see that we were in the center of what must have been a massive body of water, surrounded on all sides by unbroken forest. There were no other islands visible, no cabins or docks, no signs that humans had ever visited this place before us. "How big is this lake?" I asked Pascal as he rowed with steady, practiced strokes. "No one knows exactly," he replied. "The maps show it connected to other lakes, but the connections are through swamps and channels that change with the water level. Some say it's part of a system that stretches for hundreds of kilometers." As we rowed further from the island, I began to notice something disturbing about the water itself. While the surface appeared normal, occasionally I could see dark shapes moving beneath us, shadows that seemed too large and moved too purposefully to be fish. When I pointed this out to Pascal, he nodded grimly. "The water is very deep here," he said. "Denis told my father it's over 100 meters in some places. No one has ever mapped the bottom." We reached our fishing spot and dropped anchor near a submerged rock formation that Bernard claimed was a favorite feeding area for large fish. The men immediately began setting up their elaborate fishing rigs, while Camille and I watched with mild interest. I had never been particularly enthusiastic about fishing, and this trip was proving no exception. The waiting was boring, the boat was uncomfortable, and there was something about being suspended over such deep, dark water that made me profoundly uneasy. Every few minutes I found myself scanning the mainland shore, looking for... what? I wasn't sure. "There," Camille said suddenly, pointing toward the eastern shore. "Did you see that?" I followed her gaze but saw only the wall of forest that surrounded the lake. "See what?" "Something moved, something big, just inside the tree line." Pascal looked up from his fishing rod with obvious alarm. "Where?" "Right there, near that dead tree that's leaning over the water. It was tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and it was watching us." We all stared at the spot she indicated, but the forest remained still. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right, that something was indeed watching us from the dark spaces between the trees. "Probably just a moose," Dad called from the other boat, though he was scanning the shoreline as intently as the rest of us. "Do moose stand upright on their hind legs?" Camille asked, and the question hung in the air unanswered. The fishing, when we finally focused on it, was unlike anything I had experienced before. The fish we caught were large and aggressive, but they also bore strange markings, scars, and discolorations that Pascal had mentioned the day before. My first catch was a northern pike, nearly 3 feet long, but across its flanks were 3 parallel gouges that looked like claw marks from something much larger than any fish. "What could have done this?" I asked, holding up the scarred pike. Bernard examined the fish with a troubled expression. "Bears sometimes fish these waters," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Or maybe large birds of prey." But the markings were too precise, too deep, and too numerous to be from random predator encounters. Nearly every fish we caught showed similar damage, some old and healed, others fresh enough that they were still bleeding. By midday, we had caught enough fish for several meals, but the strange condition of our catch had cast a shadow over what should have been a successful morning. As we rowed back toward the island for lunch, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder at the mainland shore, unable to shake the feeling that we were being observed. "I don't want to come out again this afternoon," I announced as we tied up at the dock. Dad looked surprised. "You caught the biggest fish of the morning. I thought you were starting to enjoy it." "It's not the fishing," I said, struggling to articulate my growing unease. It's everything else. Something feels wrong out here. Camille nodded in agreement. I want to stay on the island too. We can keep the fire going and start preparing dinner. Dad seemed disappointed, but didn't argue. Perhaps he had noticed our growing tension and decided not to force the issue. After lunch, the men and Pascal rowed out for an afternoon of fishing, leaving Camille and me alone on the island for the first time. That's when things began to get truly frightening. The afternoon sun should have made everything feel safer, more normal. Instead, as I watched the two boats disappear into the maze of bays and channels, the isolation pressed down on me like a weight. The island, which had seemed merely small before, now felt absurdly vulnerable. A tiny dot of land surrounded by vast expanses of dark water and hostile wilderness. Camille and I busied ourselves around the cabin, organizing supplies and feeding the wood stove, but our conversation kept trailing off into uncomfortable silences. Every few minutes, one of us would glance toward the mainland shore as if expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. I keep thinking about Pascal's story, Camille said, as she arranged canned goods in the small pantry. About the sounds at night. Do you think he was trying to scare us? Did he seem like the type to make up stories? I asked. He barely said 10 words the whole trip until yesterday. She considered this. No, he seemed genuinely frightened, and his father was obviously angry that he brought it up. Why would Bernard want to hide something like that? Maybe because he needs Dad's business. If there's really something dangerous up here, and Dad found out about it. She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. Our family wasn't wealthy, but Dad's textile business was successful enough that losing a major supplier would hurt Bernard financially. I was contemplating this uncomfortable possibility when movement caught my eye. I was standing near the window that faced east toward the mainland, and for just a moment, I thought I saw something large shift among the trees near the water's edge. Camille, I called quietly. Come look at this. She joined me at the window, and we both stared intently at the spot where I thought I'd seen movement. The forest appeared still, but there was something about the shadows between the trees that seemed different, deeper somehow, as if they were concealing something substantial. I don't see anything, Camille said, but her voice was tense. Just keep watching that area, near the fallen log that's half in the water. We stood there for several minutes, scanning the tree line with growing unease. The forest was so dense that even in broad daylight, it was impossible to see more than a few feet into its depths. Anything could be hiding in there, watching us, and we would never know. Then it moved. At first, it was just a shift in the pattern of shadows, so subtle I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But then it moved again, and this time there was no mistaking it for a trick of light. Something tall and dark was standing among the trees, partially concealed, but definitely present. There, I whispered, pointing. Do you see it now? Camille's intake of breath told me she did. Oh God, she whispered. What is that? The figure, for lack of a better word, was roughly humanoid in shape but wrong in proportions. It stood at least 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs and what appeared to be an oversized head. It was too far away to make out details, but its posture suggested it was watching us with the same intensity we were watching it. Is it human? Camille asked, though her voice suggested she already knew the answer. No, I said with certainty I couldn't explain. Look at how it's standing. Look at the shape of its head. We watched in fascinated horror as the thing moved slightly, shifting its position among the trees but never stepping into full view. Its movements were fluid but somehow wrong, as if its joints bent in ways human joints shouldn't. We should get Dad, Camille said, but neither of us moved toward the door. He's too far away. By the time we could signal him, it'll be gone. As if responding to our conversation, the figure took a step closer to the water's edge. For the first time, we could see it clearly, and what we saw made my knees go weak. It was definitely not human. The head was elongated and appeared to be covered in coarse hair or fur. The arms were too long, hanging nearly to its knees, and ended in what looked like oversized hands. Most disturbing of all was its stance. It stood perfectly upright on two legs, but there was something in its posture that suggested it was equally comfortable on four. "It's watching us," Camille said, and she was right. Even at this distance, there was no mistaking the direction of its attention. It stood motionless among the trees, focused entirely on our island. How long has it been there? I wondered aloud. How long has it been watching us without us knowing? The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. We had been so focused on the isolation, on being alone in the wilderness, that we hadn't considered the possibility that we weren't alone at all. That something had been observing us from the moment we arrived. As we watched, the creature raised one of its elongated arms and seemed to point directly at us. The gesture was so deliberate, so clearly directed, that it felt like a communication. Though what it was trying to communicate, I didn't want to know. "We need to get inside," Camille said, backing away from the window. "We need to lock the door and wait for Dad to come back." But I found myself unable to move. Despite my terror, I was transfixed by the thing across the water. There was something almost hypnotic about its presence, something that made me want to understand what it was, what it wanted. "Look," I said, pointing to the water between us and the creature. "How deep do you think it is right there?" "Why?" Camille asked, alarm creeping into her voice. "I'm just wondering, could it swim across? Could it reach us if it wanted to?" The question hung between us like a physical thing. The stretch of water that had seemed like protection now felt inadequate, insubstantial. If this thing was intelligent enough to use tools, strong enough to stand upright despite its obvious size, what would stop it from simply swimming to our island? As if reading my thoughts, the creature took another step toward the water, then another. It was now standing at the very edge of the lake, close enough that I could see the way water lapped around its feet. It appeared to be testing the depth, evaluating the distance to our island. "It's going to come across," Camille said, her voice rising in panic. "It's going to swim over here." But the creature didn't enter the water. Instead, it stood there for several more minutes, watching us with an intensity that felt almost physical. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stepped backward into the forest and vanished among the trees. We stood at the window for a long time afterward, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. But the forest had returned to its previous stillness, as if nothing had happened at all. "Did we really see that?" Camille asked finally. "We both saw it," I confirmed, though part of me was already beginning to doubt my own memory. The whole encounter had a dreamlike quality that made it difficult to believe it had really occurred. We moved away from the window and sat at the small table in the center of the cabin. Neither of us spoke for several minutes, each lost in our own thoughts about what we had witnessed. "Should we tell Dad?" Camille asked eventually. I considered this. Would he believe us? Probably not. He'd think we were letting our imaginations run wild, being teenage girls alone in the wilderness. She was probably right. Dad was a practical man who dealt in facts and figures, import regulations, and shipping schedules. The idea that his daughters had seen some kind of unknown creature watching them from across a remote lake would likely strike him as the product of overactive adolescent minds. "But what if it comes back?" I asked. "What if it was real and it comes back tonight?" Neither of us had an answer for that question. The men returned from their afternoon fishing expedition in high spirits, having caught several more large fish despite their strange condition. Dad was particularly pleased with a massive walleye that Bernard claimed was the largest he'd seen in years. Their enthusiasm provided a sharp contrast to the tension that had been building in Camille and me all afternoon. "You two look like you've seen a ghost," Pascal observed as they tied up the boats. His English was improving with practice, and his powers of observation were uncomfortably acute. "Just tired," Camille said quickly, shooting me a warning look. But as the evening progressed, our attempt to act normal became increasingly difficult. Every sound from outside made us jump. Every shadow that moved past the windows sent us into high alert. When the wind picked up after dinner, causing tree branches to scrape against the cabin's roof, I nearly knocked over my coffee cup. "Everything all right?" Dad asked, studying my face with concern. Just not used to all these wilderness sounds, I said, forcing a smile. It's a lot quieter here than at home. Bernard nodded knowingly. The silence takes getting used to. In Montreal, there's always traffic, always people. Out here, every small sound seems amplified. But it wasn't the small sounds that were bothering me. It was the absence of normal sounds, bird calls, insect noise, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. The forest across the water remained unnaturally quiet, as if everything living had fled the area. As darkness fell, we gathered around the wood stove to play cards and share stories. Pascal proved to be more talkative in the evening, telling us about his studies in biology and his plans to become a wildlife researcher. His knowledge of the local ecosystem was impressive and disturbing. This region has one of the highest biodiversity indexes in North America, he explained, as we played poker with matchsticks for stakes, or at least it used to. Recent surveys have shown dramatic population declines in multiple species. What kind of declines? Dad asked, his business instincts picking up on something significant. Birds mostly, songbirds, raptors, even scavengers like ravens. Some species that were common 5 years ago have virtually disappeared from these forests. What's causing it? Camille asked, though something in her voice suggested she didn't really want to know the answer. Pascal exchanged a look with his father before responding. The official explanation is climate change, habitat disruption from logging, pollution from mining operations upstream. But the pattern doesn't match what we'd expect from those causes. What do you mean? I pressed. The disappearances are too sudden, too complete, and they're not random. It's as if something is specifically targeting the animals that would normally sound warnings when predators are present. Bernard shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Pascal reads too many scientific journals, he said with forced lightness. Sometimes the simplest explanations are the correct ones. But Pascal continued, ignoring his father's obvious discomfort. And there are the reports from other guides, other fishing parties. Strange sightings, unusual animal behavior. Dennis mentioned that 3 groups have cut their trips short this summer because of incidents. What kind of incidents? Dad asked, his voice taking on a sharper edge. Campers reporting feeling watched, finding unusual tracks around their sites, hearing sounds that don't match any known wildlife. One group from Toronto claimed something large was circling their camp all night, just outside the range of their flashlights. I felt my stomach clench. Did they see what it was? They said it was tall, moved on 2 legs, and seemed to be studying them rather than hunting them, like it was trying to understand what they were. The cabin fell silent, except for the crackling of the fire. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving us in the absolute quiet that I was beginning to associate with this place. But tonight, the silence felt different, expectant, as if something was waiting. Well, Dad said finally, I think that's enough ghost stories for one evening. We should get some rest if we want to get an early start tomorrow. But even as we prepared for bed, I could see that Pascal's stories had affected everyone. Bernard seemed nervous, constantly glancing toward the windows. Dad checked the door locks twice, something I'd never seen him do at home. Even Camille, who usually fell asleep instantly, lay in her bunk, staring at the ceiling. I was just beginning to drift off when the sound started. At first it was just a low rumble, so quiet I thought it might be distant thunder. But thunder doesn't maintain a steady rhythm, and thunder doesn't seem to move through the landscape in patterns. This sound was clearly communication, not random noise, but purposeful calls and responses echoing across the water. Are you hearing this? Camille whispered from the bunk above me. Yes, I whispered back, grateful that I wasn't imagining it. The sounds were coming from multiple directions now, surrounding the lake with a chorus of deep, resonant calls that seemed to vibrate through the water and into the island itself. They varied in pitch and duration, but there was an unmistakable structure to them, as if different voices were contributing to a complex conversation. From Dad's bunk came a sharp intake of breath. What in God's name? He murmured. They do this every night, Pascal said quietly from his corner of the cabin. Sometimes for hours. Why didn't you warn us? Dad demanded, sitting up in his bunk. Would you have believed me? Pascal replied. Would you have come if I'd told you that something unknown lives in these forests and calls to itself all night long? The sounds grew louder, more insistent. Through the thin walls of the cabin, we could hear them clearly now, not just calls, but what sounded almost like language. Different tones, different rhythms, as if multiple entities were engaged in complex communication across vast distances. It's all around us, Camille observed, her voice tight with fear. The sounds are coming from every direction. She was right. Whatever was making these calls had positioned itself around the entire perimeter of the lake. We were surrounded, isolated in the center of some kind of gathering that we didn't understand. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the sounds stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. It felt heavy, pregnant with menace, as if something had been decided and we were about to discover what it was. "Stay in your bunks," Dad ordered quietly. "Don't go near the windows." But even as he spoke, we could hear something new, the sound of water lapping against our dock, but with a rhythm that suggested movement rather than waves. Something was in the water, something large enough to displace substantial amounts of liquid as it moved. "It's circling the island," Pascal whispered, just like the Toronto group described. The sound continued for what felt like hours, steady, methodical, as if something was conducting a thorough reconnaissance of our position. Occasionally we'd hear other sounds, the scrape of something against the dock, the creak of the rowboats as they were moved by whatever was in the water, splashing that seemed too controlled to be natural. None of us slept that night. We lay in our bunks, listening to the sounds of something unknown examining our refuge, testing our defenses, learning everything it needed to know about us. When dawn finally came, the sounds faded with the darkness. But as I looked out the window at the calm surface of the lake, I could see clear evidence that our nocturnal visitor had been real. The rowboats had been moved, turned around so they faced the mainland instead of the open water. And around the perimeter of the island, the muddy shore was marked with tracks, large, elongated impressions that definitely hadn't been made by human feet. Morning brought no relief from the tension that had been building since our arrival. If anything, daylight made our situation feel more precarious. The evidence of our nighttime visitor was undeniable. The rearranged boats, the strange tracks in the mud, and most disturbing of all, what appeared to be deliberate arrangements of stones and driftwood around the island's perimeter. "Someone's playing a prank," Dad said, but his voice lacked conviction as he examined the tracks. They were unlike anything in his experience, roughly human in shape, but nearly twice the size, with what appeared to be claw marks at the toe ends. "What kind of person could make tracks this large?" Camille asked, kneeling beside one of the clearest impressions. "And how would they get here without a boat?" Bernard was studying the stone arrangements with obvious distress. "These patterns," he murmured to himself in French, then switched to English. "These are organized, purposeful." "What do you mean?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "In my culture, we have stories about markers, signs left by things that want to communicate but don't use human language. These stones, they're arranged in specific ways." "What are they trying to communicate?" Dad asked, his practical mind still looking for rational explanations. Bernard hesitated. "Territory, ownership, warning." Pascal, who had been quiet during this discussion, suddenly spoke up. "We should leave. Today. Now." "Don't be ridiculous," Dad said. "We're paid for 3 days, and we've only been here 2. Besides, there's a logical explanation for all of this." "What logical explanation?" I challenged. "What person or animal could do all this without us hearing them land on the island? And why would they rearrange our boats to face the mainland?" Dad didn't have an answer for that. Despite the mounting evidence that something was very wrong, the men decided to continue with their planned fishing expedition. I think Dad was determined not to let his business relationship with Bernard be damaged by what he still insisted on treating as unexplained but ultimately harmless phenomena. Camille and I refused to leave the island again. The idea of being on the open water, exposed and vulnerable, was too terrifying to contemplate. We would stay at the cabin, keep the fire going, and try to make sense of what was happening to us. Don't go far from shore, I begged Dad as they prepared to launch the boats. Stay where we can see you. He promised they would, but as we watched them row away, they quickly disappeared into the maze of channels and bays that made up the lake system. Within minutes, we were alone again, surrounded by dark water and hostile wilderness. The day passed slowly. Camille and I took turns standing watch at different windows, scanning the mainland shore for any sign of movement. We saw nothing concrete, but the feeling of being observed never left us. It was as if the forest itself had eyes, as if every shadow concealed something watching, waiting, evaluating. Around midday, we made a discovery that sent our fear into new territory. While organizing the supplies, Camille found a notebook that had been left behind by previous visitors. Most of the entries were routine: fishing reports, weather observations, complaints about insects. But the final entry, dated just 2 months earlier, was different. Day 3, something wrong here. Jim saw it first, near the big pine on North Shore. Tall, wrong shape, watching us. Tracks around camp this morning. Sarah wants to leave, but boat won't start. Engine turns over, but won't catch. It's like something doesn't want us to go. Getting dark again. Can hear them calling to each other. More than one now. God help us if they decide to swim across. The entry ended there, with no indication of how the situation resolved. Do you think they made it out? Camille asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The notebook's still here, I pointed out. Either they left in a hurry or... I didn't finish the thought. Neither of us wanted to consider the alternatives. As the afternoon wore on, our nervousness increased. The men had been gone for hours, much longer than planned. From our vantage point on the island, we could see portions of the lake, but not the areas where they typically fished. If something had happened to them, we would have no way of knowing. What if they don't come back? Camille asked as shadows began to lengthen across the water. They'll come back, I said with more confidence than I felt. Dad's too stubborn to let anything stop him from keeping his word. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, our confidence wavered. The absolute silence that had characterized this place since our arrival seemed to intensify as darkness approached. Even the wind died down, leaving the surface of the lake perfectly still. That's when we heard the sound of an engine. Relief flooded through me as one of the aluminum boats came into view. Bernard at the oars, while Dad worked the small outboard motor. But as they drew closer, I could see that something was wrong. They were rowing frantically, and both men kept looking over their shoulders as if something was pursuing them. The second boat was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Pascal?" Camille called as they reached the dock. "Get inside," Dad shouted instead of answering. "Now, get everything inside." We helped them haul the boat onto shore and carry their equipment into the cabin. Both men were pale and breathing hard, as if they'd been rowing at maximum speed for hours. "Where's the other boat?" I demanded once we were inside with the door locked. "Where's Pascal?" Bernard collapsed into a chair, his head in his hands. "Gone," he said in a broken voice. "The boat is gone. Pascal is gone." "What do you mean gone?" Camille asked, though her voice suggested she didn't want to know the answer. Dad set up the wood stove with shaking hands. "We were fishing in the deep water about a mile north of here. Pascal and I were in one boat, Bernard in the other. Everything was normal until about 3 o'clock. That's when the fish stopped biting," Bernard continued. "All at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The lake went completely dead. Then we heard the calls," Dad said. "Just like last night, but during the day, coming from the shore all around us." "Pascal started getting agitated," Bernard explained. "He kept saying we needed to leave, that they were getting ready to do something. I told him to calm down, but then..." He trailed off, unable to continue. "Then what?" I pressed. Dad took over the story. "Something surfaced near Pascal's boat, something large. We only saw it for a few seconds before it went back down, but it was big enough to create waves that rocked both boats." "What did it look like?" Camille asked. "Dark," Bernard said. "Very dark, and much larger than any fish. It moved intelligently, with purpose." "Pascal panicked," Dad continued. He started rowing toward shore, saying he was going to beach the boat and walk back to the outfitter's station. We tried to follow him, but he was rowing like his life depended on it. "What happened then?" I asked, though I was beginning to dread the answer. "He made it about halfway to shore," Bernard said, his voice barely audible. "Then something grabbed his boat from underneath. We saw it lift partially out of the water, saw Pascal try to fight whatever had hold of it. Then the boat went under, and Pascal went with it." The cabin fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. Outside, darkness was settling over the lake like a blanket. "Did you see him surface?" Camille asked desperately. "Did you try to help him?" "We searched for over an hour," Dad said. "Called his name, dove in the water where we last saw him. There was nothing. The boat, Pascal, everything just disappeared." "It wasn't an accident," Bernard said suddenly, his voice filled with conviction. "Whatever lives in this lake, whatever's been watching us, it took my son deliberately, and now it knows we're here alone." As if in response to his words, the night sounds began, the deep, resonant calls echoing across the water from multiple directions. But tonight they sounded different, more urgent, more coordinated, and they were definitely getting closer. None of us slept that night. We huddled in the cabin listening to the sounds outside, not just the calling now, but splashing, movement in the water around our island, and occasionally the scrape of something large against our dock. Several times we heard what sounded like tentative scratching at the cabin walls, as if something was testing the strength of our shelter. "They're learning about us," Bernard said during one of the quiet periods. "Studying our defenses, figuring out how to get inside." "You're anthropomorphizing," Dad insisted, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "Animals don't plan complex attacks." "These aren't animals," Bernard replied. "At least not animals as we understand them." Around 3 in the morning, the sounds changed character entirely. Instead of the random calling and movement we'd grown accustomed to, we began to hear what could only be described as organized activity. Rhythmic splashing suggested multiple entities moving in coordinated patterns around the island. The calls became shorter, sharper, more like commands than conversation. "They're organizing," I whispered, voicing what we were all thinking. Through the small window that faced the mainland, we could see lights, not electric lights, but a strange, phosphorescent glow that seemed to move through the forest at about head height. The lights appeared and disappeared among the trees, sometimes single points, sometimes clusters, always moving with purpose. "Bioluminescence," Bernard murmured, pressing his face to the window. "Some deep-water species can produce their own light." "But we're not underwater," Camille pointed out. "We're looking at the forest." The implications of that observation settled over us like ice water. Whatever was producing those lights was equally comfortable in aquatic and terrestrial environments. Whatever we were dealing with, it wasn't bound by the limitations that constrained normal wildlife. As dawn approached, the activity around our island intensified. We could hear multiple large bodies moving through the water, could feel the cabin shaking slightly as heavy impacts struck the dock. At one point, something began testing the door, pushing against it with increasing force until Dad threw his full weight against it to keep it closed. "The motor," he said suddenly. "If we can get to the boat, start the motor." "They'll be waiting for that," Bernard said. "Whatever happened to Pascal will happen to us." "We can't just sit here and wait for them to break in," Dad argued. But that's exactly what we did. We sat in the growing daylight, listening to the sounds of multiple entities exploring every inch of our tiny refuge, testing every possible entry point, learning everything they needed to know about our position. When full daylight finally arrived, the sounds gradually faded. Whatever was out there seemed to prefer darkness for its activities, but the silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of something waiting, something patient enough to bide its time until conditions were optimal. "We need to signal for help," Camille said as we cautiously peered out the windows. "Dennis said he'd be back to check on us." "When?" Dad asked. "Tomorrow. He said he'd return tomorrow to pick us up." "That's assuming he comes at all," Bernard said grimly. "And assuming we last until tomorrow." I was studying the shoreline through binoculars when I saw something that made my stomach clench. "There are more tracks," I announced, "all around the island, and they're different." The others joined me at the window to look. The muddy shore that surrounded our island was now covered with tracks. Not just the large, elongated prints we'd seen before, but smaller ones, different shapes, as if multiple species had visited us during the night. "It's like a conference," Camille observed with dark humor. "They all came to discuss what to do about us." "Don't joke," Bernard snapped. "My son is dead because of these things, and we're next if we don't find a way out of here." But what options did we have? Our remaining boat had a small outboard motor, but we'd seen what had happened to Pascal when he tried to escape across the water. The island offered no hiding places, no defensive positions except the cabin itself, and we had food and water for perhaps another day, certainly not long enough to wait for rescue. "There's something else," I said, continuing to scan the shoreline with the binoculars. "Some of the trees near the water's edge have been modified." "What do you mean?" Dad asked, taking the binoculars from me. "Branches broken off at specific heights, bark stripped in patterns. It's like they're marking territory or leaving messages." Dad studied the modified trees for several minutes before lowering the binoculars with a troubled expression. "You're right, that's not random damage. Someone or something is deliberately altering the landscape." The day passed with agonizing slowness. We took turns on watch duty, scanning the lake and forest for any sign of movement. The water remained perfectly calm, the forest unnaturally still, but the feeling of being observed never left us. It was as if hundreds of eyes were watching our every move, waiting for the right moment to act. Around midday, we made a decision that probably saved our lives. Instead of waiting for whatever lived in the lake to make the next move, we decided to actively prepare for the coming night. We moved all the furniture in the cabin to barricade the door and windows. We prepared weapons, kitchen knives, a hatchet for splitting wood, anything that might serve as a defense. Most importantly, we developed a plan. "If they break in," Dad said, "we don't try to fight them in here. We run for the boat immediately. No hesitation, no looking back. Our only chance is to reach the motor and get far enough from shore that they can't reach us." "What about Dennis?" Camille asked. "If he comes to pick us up and finds the cabin destroyed, then he'll know what happened here," Bernard said, "and maybe he'll warn others to stay away." As the afternoon wore on, we began to notice subtle changes in our environment. The water around the island, which had been clear enough to see the bottom in shallow areas, was becoming darker, more opaque. The air itself seemed thicker, carrying unfamiliar scents that reminded me of deep ocean environments despite our inland location. "They're changing the chemistry of the lake," Bernard observed, studying a sample of water we'd drawn from near the dock. "Increasing the salinity, altering the pH, making it more suitable for whatever they are." "That's impossible," Dad protested. "It would take industrial equipment to alter the chemistry of a body of water this size." "Unless they're doing it biologically," Bernard countered. "Some marine organisms can dramatically alter their local environment through metabolic processes. If there are enough of them." The implications were staggering. We weren't dealing with a few isolated creatures. We were dealing with an entire ecosystem, one that was actively reshaping the lake to suit its needs. As sunset approached, we made our final preparations. The boat was positioned for immediate escape, with the motor primed and ready to start. We had identified the fastest route from the cabin to the dock. Each of us knew our role in the escape plan. All we had to do was survive until Dennis arrived the following day. But as darkness fell and the calling began again, louder, more coordinated, more urgent than ever before, I began to doubt whether any of us would see another sunrise. The final night was unlike anything we had experienced before. The sounds that surrounded our island weren't just calls anymore. They were a symphony of communication that suggested intelligence, organization, and most terrifyingly, planning. Through the thin walls of the cabin, we could hear what sounded like deliberate consultation, as if multiple entities were discussing strategies in a language we couldn't understand. Around midnight, they began testing our defenses in earnest. The first assault came against the door. Not random pushing or scratching, but systematic pressure applied at specific points. The hinges, the frame, the lock mechanism. Whatever was out there understood how human construction worked and was methodically testing for weaknesses. "They're problem-solving," Bernard whispered as we huddled in the center of the cabin, weapons ready. They understand cause and effect. When the door held, they turned their attention to the windows. We could hear something moving around the exterior of the cabin, testing each window in turn. The barricades we'd erected held, but we could see them flexing under pressure as whatever was outside pushed against them with increasing force. Then came the sound that nearly broke our resolve entirely, footsteps on the roof. Something large was moving across the cabin's roof with deliberate measured steps. We could track its progress by the creaking of the wooden beams overhead. It moved from one end of the cabin to the other, then back again, as if studying the structure from above. "The chimney," Dad said suddenly. "They're going to try to come down the chimney." We turned our attention to the wood stove, where we could hear scratching sounds coming from the flue. But the opening was too small for anything substantial to pass through, and the fire we kept burning would deter most attempts at entry. The siege continued for hours. Sustained pressure against the door and windows, movement on the roof, splashing in the water as multiple entities circled the island. At one point, we heard what sounded like tools being used, scraping, grinding sounds that suggested they were trying to create new entry points. "They're adapting," I observed, with growing terror, learning from each failed attempt. But our barricades held. The cabin, despite its rustic construction, proved surprisingly resilient against whatever was trying to get inside. As dawn approached, the attacks gradually ceased, leaving us exhausted but alive in the growing daylight. When we finally dared to look outside, the evidence of the night's assault was undeniable. The door frame was gouged with deep scratches. The window barriers showed impact marks from something with substantial strength. Most disturbing of all, we found tools around the perimeter of the cabin, crude implements that appeared to be made from stones and driftwood, but shaped with obvious intelligence for specific purposes. "They're not just intelligent," Bernard said as he examined one of the tools. "They're advancing, learning to use implements, to modify their environment." We were still processing this discovery when we heard the sound of a boat engine in the distance. Dennis had come to rescue us, exactly as promised. Relief flooded through me as his boat came into view, but it was tempered by the knowledge that we had to reach him safely. The stretch of water between our island and Dennis's boat suddenly seemed vast and filled with potential danger. "All together," Dad commanded as we gathered at the dock. "No one gets left behind." Our escape was a nightmare of terror and adrenaline. We launched our boat and started the motor without incident, but as soon as we began moving toward Dennis, the water around us erupted with activity. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, sometimes bumping against our hull with impacts that threatened to capsize us. "Faster!" Bernard shouted as Dad opened the throttle to maximum. The things in the water were keeping pace with us, rising occasionally to the surface where we could catch glimpses of massive forms that defied easy description. They were pursuing us with obvious coordination, trying to herd us toward deeper water where they would have the advantage. Dennis, seeing our distress, gunned his own engine and came to meet us halfway. The final minutes of our escape played out like a scene from a nightmare, two small boats racing across dark water while unknown entities circled beneath us, trying to prevent our escape. We made it. Barely, but we made it. The ride back to the outfitter's station passed in silence. Dennis asked no questions about Pascal's absence, and we offered no explanations. Some truths are too large, too impossible, to share with someone who wasn't there to witness them. The drive home was equally quiet. Bernard had lost his son and aged 10 years in 3 days. Dad's business relationship was obviously over, though neither man spoke about the financial implications. Camille and I sat in the back seat, watching the wilderness gradually give way to civilization, trying to process what we had experienced. It wasn't until we reached Montreal that anyone spoke about what had happened. "No one will believe us," Camille said as we stopped for gas. "Maybe that's for the best," Dad replied. "Maybe some things are better left unknown." But I couldn't accept that. Pascal had died out there, and something had to be done to prevent it from happening to others. When we reached home, I began researching the area where we'd been fishing. What I found was disturbing. Over the past decade, there had been a steady pattern of disappearances in that region. Fishing parties that failed to return, solo campers who vanished without trace, guides who went missing during routine trips. The official explanations varied: equipment failure, falls into deep water, attacks by known predators, but the pattern was unmistakable. Something in those remote forests and lakes was taking people. I tried to contact authorities to report what we had seen and experienced. But Dad was right. No one believed us. The story was too fantastic, too far outside normal experience. Officials politely took my statements and filed them away, probably assuming I was suffering from trauma-induced hallucinations. Bernard returned to Montreal and never contacted us again. Through business acquaintances, Dad learned that he had sold his textile operation and moved away from Quebec entirely. He never spoke publicly about his son's disappearance, and Pascal was officially listed as a drowning victim. Years have passed since that trip. I finished high school, graduated from college, started a career. I've traveled extensively, visited wilderness areas around the world, even returned to northern Canada on several occasions. But I've never been back to that specific lake, never tried to retrace our route to that isolated island. Sometimes, though, I find myself studying maps of northern Quebec, trying to identify the exact location where we encountered, whatever those things were. Part of me wants to organize a proper expedition, to return with cameras and recording equipment, to document the evidence, and force the world to acknowledge what exists in those remote waters. But a larger part of me remembers the fear, the absolute helplessness we felt during those 3 days. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some truths are too dangerous to pursue. Whatever lives in that lake, it's still there, still watching, still waiting for the next group of unsuspecting visitors to venture into its territory. And someday, God help us all, someone else will discover what we discovered. Someone else will experience the terror of being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. I only pray that when that day comes, they're better prepared than we were. The wilderness keeps its secrets. But sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet and still, I can almost hear those deep, resonant calls echoing across the water, reminding me that some places on Earth don't belong to us. They never did. For 15 years, I've lived my life behind the wheel of a Peterbilt, watching America scroll by through my windshield like an endless documentary on the changing landscape of this vast country. The rhythmic hum of 18 wheels on asphalt has been my lullaby, and truck stop coffee my lifeblood. The names Hank Mercer and long-haul trucking isn't just my profession, it's my calling. Most people don't understand the solitude of the open road, the strange brotherhood that exists among those of us who spend more time in our cabs than in our homes. We're modern-day nomads, delivering the lifeblood of commerce across state lines while the rest of the world sleeps. It's not glamorous, but there's a freedom to it that gets in your blood and never leaves. That Wednesday in late October started like any other. I was at the Flying J outside of Butte, Montana, loading up on caffeine before heading east with a trailer full of industrial equipment bound for Minneapolis. The morning air had that sharp bite that signals winter's approach in the northern states, crisp enough to make your lungs ache if you breathe too deeply. "Gonna be a cold one tonight, Hank," said Doris, the night shift waitress who'd been serving me eggs and hash browns for the better part of a decade. She topped off my coffee with practiced precision. "They're saying snow in the passes by tomorrow." "Appreciate the heads up," I replied, leaving her a generous tip before heading back to my rig. "I'll try to beat it through to Billings before it hits." My truck was a 2019 Peterbilt 389, midnight blue with chrome accents that caught the early morning sun like liquid silver. Not the newest model, but maintained with religious devotion. In this business, your rig is your livelihood, your home, and sometimes your only companion. I settled into the worn leather seat, adjusted my mirrors, and began my pre-drive check, a ritual as familiar as brushing my teeth. The diesel engine rumbled to life, a comforting growl that vibrated through the cabin. The dispatcher had already sent my route details to my phone, but something about technology still felt intrusive in the sanctuary of my cab. I preferred paper maps and instinct. Old school, Randy called it. Randy Wilcox had been my road buddy for nearly 7 years, ever since we got stranded at the same truck stop during an ice storm in Wyoming. He was hauling produce west while I was headed east with electronics. We ended up playing cards for 12 hours straight, swapping stories about life on the road, and formed a friendship that stuck. We tried to sync our routes when possible, kept in touch by CB, and always had each other's backs. Breaker 19, this is Blue Thunder. Randy, you got your ears on? I spoke into the CB radio, using the handle I'd had since my first solo run. Static crackled before Randy's voice came through. Morning, Hank. I'm about 50 miles east of you on I-90. Clear sailing so far. Good to hear. I'm rolling out now. Should catch up to you by lunchtime. Roger that. Smokey report is all clear. See you at the usual spot. The usual spot was a small roadside diner just outside of Livingston, family-owned, great food, and off the beaten path enough that it wasn't overrun with tourists. Randy and I tried to meet there whenever our routes aligned. As I pulled onto the interstate, the rising sun painted the Montana mountains in shades of purple and gold. Moments like these were why I could never give up the road, the solitary witness to America waking up, the ever-changing tableau of natural beauty that most people only see in photographs. The first few hours passed without incident. Traffic was light, the weather held, and the satellite radio kept me company with a mixture of classic rock and true crime podcasts. I'd always had a fascination with the darker side of human nature. Something about the isolation of the highway made you think about vulnerability and the thin line between safety and danger. It was nearly noon when my GPS alerted me to a traffic delay ahead. An accident had closed 2 lanes about 20 miles up, causing a backup that would add at least an hour to my drive time. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio. Hank, you seeing that mess on I-90? Just got the alert, I confirmed, looking at a significant delay. There's a detour you can take. Old service road that runs parallel for about 30 miles. Might save you some time. I'm sending the directions to your phone now. I frowned. Detours weren't uncommon, but I preferred sticking to main routes, especially in mountain country where service roads could quickly become treacherous. Still, time was money in this business, and the client in Minneapolis was expecting their delivery by Friday morning. Copy that, I'll check it out. The directions led me to an exit I'd passed dozens of times but never taken, a narrow off-ramp that disappeared into dense pine forest. A weathered sign indicated it was Forest Service Road 217, but the paint was so faded it was barely legible. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hesitated, then reached for my phone to call Randy. Hey, dispatch is routing me on some Forest Service road to bypass an accident. You ever take 217 near Belgrade? Randy's voice came through, breaking up slightly. Can't say I have. Sounds sketchy. Might be better to delay. His voice dissolved into static, then silence. Cell reception was spotty in these mountains at the best of times. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, considering my options. The traffic report now showed the backup extending for miles, with no estimated clearance time. The detour would save me hours, if it worked out. Ah, hell, I muttered, and turned onto the exit. Little did I know that this simple decision, one made by truckers every day, would change my life forever. That it would lead me down a twisted path into darkness. That by nightfall, I would be fighting for my life in a remote clearing, bleeding from a shotgun wound, with no one but the stars to witness my struggle. But that's getting ahead of the story. First, I had to make my way down that lonely forest road, where the shadows seemed to deepen with every mile, and the strange sense of being watched grew stronger with each passing moment. Forest Service Road 217 started innocently enough, a 2-lane paved road winding through towering pines. My GPS showed it running roughly parallel to the interstate for about 30 miles before reconnecting near Bozeman. The dispatcher had said it would save me time, but something felt off from the moment my tires hit the pavement. The road was eerily empty. No other vehicles, no signs of maintenance, just an endless corridor of trees pressing in from both sides. The pavement gradually deteriorated, cracked asphalt giving way to patches of gravel, then back to pavement so weathered it looked ancient. My rig bounced and swayed, the load shifting slightly behind me. Should have stuck to the damn interstate, I muttered, slowing to a crawl over a particularly rough section. 2 hours in, and I was beginning to think I'd made a serious miscalculation. The GPS signal kept cutting out, leaving me with nothing but my own sense of direction and the vague notion that I was still heading east. The forest had thickened to the point where midday sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting the road in a perpetual twilight. I tried the CB again. Breaker 19, this is Blue Thunder. Anybody copy? Nothing but static answered me. My phone showed no service. The radio stations had dissolved into white noise miles back, and the only sound was the labored breathing of my engine as it navigated the increasingly challenging terrain. I was completely alone. It was around 3 p.m. when I spotted the first sign of human presence, a rusted mailbox tilting drunkenly at the mouth of a narrow dirt driveway. No name, no address, just a silent sentinel at the edge of the forest. As I passed, I caught a glimpse of something down that driveway. What might have been a cabin, or perhaps just a shadow playing tricks on my eyes. The road grew narrower, forcing me to slow to a crawl. My 18-wheeler was never meant for routes like this, and I cursed myself for not trusting my initial instincts. The dispatcher had clearly never driven this road herself, or she'd never have suggested it for a rig my size. Another hour passed. The GPS flickered back to life momentarily, showing me miles from where I thought I was, deeper into the national forest, on a road that didn't seem to have any connection to the interstate at all. Then it died again, the screen going black as if to emphasize my isolation. As daylight began to fade, panic crept in around the edges of my thoughts. I was low on fuel, with no idea how far it was to the next town. Turning around on this narrow road would be nearly impossible with my trailer. The only option was to press forward and hope the road eventually led somewhere. That's when I spotted the clearing. It opened up suddenly on my right. A wide, flat area just off the road that looked like it might have been used for logging operations once upon a time. Large enough to park my rig and reassess the situation. Maybe even attempt a three-point turn if necessary. I pulled off the road, the tires crunching on gravel and pine needles. The engine sighed with relief as I cut the ignition. The sudden silence was absolute, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. No birds, no insects, no distant traffic noise, just the occasional ping of cooling metal from my engine. Stepping down from the cab, I stretched my cramped muscles and took stock of my surroundings. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 100 yards across, bordered on all sides by dense forest. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if studying this human intruder in their domain. The air smelled of pine resin and something else, something metallic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. My watch showed 5:17 p.m. Daylight was already fading, and with it, any realistic hope of finding my way back to civilization before dark. I reached for my phone again, still no service. The CB radio in my truck remained stubbornly silent. I was deciding whether to spend the night in my cab or risk driving further in the dark when I heard it, the distant rumble of an approaching vehicle. Relief washed over me. Another soul on this godforsaken road meant potential help, or at least information about where the hell I was. The sound grew louder, and I moved to the edge of the clearing to flag down the approaching driver. The vehicle rounded the bend, an old Ford pickup truck, once white but now a patchwork of rust and primer. It slowed as it approached the clearing, then turned in, headlights sweeping across me like searchlights. The truck stopped about 30 yards away, engine idling roughly. The headlights remained on, blinding me and preventing me from seeing the driver clearly. A moment passed, then another. Nobody emerged from the cab. "Hello?" I called out, raising a hand to shield my eyes from the glare. "You from around here? I could use some directions." The driver's door creaked open, and a figure stepped out, tall and lean, silhouetted against the headlights. Something about the deliberate way he moved sent a chill down my spine. He stood there for a long moment, just watching me. "Road's not meant for big rigs," he finally said, his voice a gravelly rasp that barely carried across the clearing. "You're lost." It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "Yeah, trying to bypass an accident on I-90. GPS routed me this way." He laughed, a dry sound like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. Ain't no way back to the interstate from here, not for something that size. He began walking toward me, his movements stiff but purposeful. As he got closer, details emerged from the shadows. Faded flannel shirt, work-worn jeans, beard streaked with gray. His face remained in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me, assessing. "Where does this road lead, then?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual despite the growing unease in my gut. "Know where you want to go." He stopped about 10 feet away, just close enough for me to make out his features in the fading light. Deep-set eyes, hollow cheeks, skin weathered by decades of mountain sun and wind. But it was his expression that froze my blood, utterly emotionless, eyes flat and cold as river stones. I noticed then what he carried, a shotgun held casually at his side as if it were simply an extension of his arm. "That's quite a greeting," I said, nodding toward the weapon. "Bears in these woods," he replied tonelessly. "Never know what you might run into." My eyes darted back to my truck, calculating the distance. My own firearm was locked in the glove compartment. Might as well have been on the moon for all the good it did me now. "Look," I said, forcing a smile. "I'm just trying to get back to the main road. If you could point me in the right direction, I'll be on my way." "What's your hurry?" he asked, taking another step forward. "Night's coming on. Dangerous to drive these roads in the dark." Every instinct I had was screaming danger. 15 years on the road, I'd encountered all types: helpful locals, suspicious rednecks, tweakers looking for easy targets. This man was something else entirely. There was no emotion behind his eyes, no humanity I could appeal to. "I appreciate the concern," I said, beginning to edge back toward my truck. "But I really need to—" "Empty your pockets," he cut in, raising the shotgun slightly. Nice and slow. The game was up. This wasn't about directions or mountain hospitality. This was a robbery, plain and simple. Or something worse. "Take it easy," I said, my hands rising instinctively. "I don't want any trouble." "Pockets, now." The shotgun was pointed at my chest, his finger hovering near the trigger. Slowly, I reached into my jacket, pulling out my wallet. "Look, there's about 200 in cash. Take it and let me be on my way." "All of it," he insisted. "Phone too." I complied, removing my phone and a couple packs of cigarettes I kept for the long hauls. He stepped forward, snatching the items from my outstretched hand and pocketing the wallet and phone. The cigarettes he examined briefly before tucking them away as well. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. He didn't answer, just raised the shotgun and took aim. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon, but the clearing was empty, save for some rocks and sticks. In that moment, staring down the barrel of that shotgun, I realized with perfect clarity that I was going to die here in this nameless clearing, miles from anywhere, at the hands of a stranger whose motivation I couldn't begin to understand. All the miles I'd driven, all the sunrises I'd witnessed from my cab, all the plans I had, none of it mattered now. The man's finger tightened on the trigger, and I braced myself for the end. Before I could react, he fired. The blast was deafening, echoing through the clearing like a crack of thunder. Pain exploded in my side as I crumpled to the ground, the world tilting sideways around me. I hadn't even had time to turn away. The shotgun pellets had torn through my left side, just below the ribs. I expected a second shot to finish the job, but it never came. Instead, I heard him laughing, a cold, emotionless sound that was somehow worse than the shotgun blast. He walked back to his truck, boots crunching on the gravel, the sound seeming absurdly loud in my shock-heightened senses. "Thanks for the smokes," he called back, his voice casual, as if we'd just concluded a pleasant business transaction. The Ford's engine roared to life, tires spinning in the dirt as he pulled away. The sound faded gradually until I was left in silence, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the soft patter of my blood soaking into the earth. I tried to assess the damage, hands fumbling at my side, coming away sticky and dark. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, a searing, white-hot agony that seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. I could feel wetness spreading across my shirt, warm at first, then cooling rapidly in the mountain air. "Help!" I tried to call out, but it emerged as little more than a whisper. There was no one to hear me anyway, just miles of indifferent forest in every direction. I needed to get to my truck, to the first aid kit, to the radio. 10 yards might as well have been 10 miles in my condition, but I began to drag myself across the ground, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through my body. The dirt beneath me turned dark with blood, leaving a macabre trail behind me. Night was falling rapidly now, the clearing dimming to murky twilight. The temperature dropped with the sun, and I began to shiver, from cold or shock, I couldn't tell which. Probably both. My thoughts became increasingly disjointed as blood loss took its toll. I thought about Randy, wondering if he was looking for me yet. About my sister in Oregon, who I hadn't spoken to in months because of some stupid argument I couldn't even remember. About my dog, Rusty, staying with a neighbor while I was on this run. Who would take care of him if I didn't make it back? Time lost all meaning as I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness. The stars appeared, impossibly bright against the black sky, reminding me of all the nights I'd parked in remote places just to gaze up at them from my sleeping cab. The mountain air smelled of pine and my own blood, a coppery tang that seemed to grow stronger as the night wore on. At some point I became aware of eyes watching me from the tree line, pinpoints of reflected starlight that blinked and shifted position. Coyotes, maybe, or wolves, drawn by the scent of blood. They kept their distance for now, but they were patient. They could afford to wait. Not yet, I whispered to them, to myself, to whatever might be listening. Not like this. I don't know how long I lay there, bleeding and helpless. Time lost all meaning. I drifted in and out of consciousness, each return to awareness bringing fresh waves of pain and the realization that I was still alive, still fighting. During one of my lucid moments, I noticed a strange luminescence in the forest, pale blue lights that seemed to dance between the trees. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but they remained, moving closer to the clearing with each passing moment. "Help!" I tried again, my voice a rasping whisper. The lights paused, hovering at the edge of the clearing. There seemed to be a pattern to their movement, almost deliberate, as if they were communicating with each other. I'd heard stories from other truckers about strange phenomena in remote mountain areas. Lights that lured travelers off roads, entities that were neither human nor animal. "Please," I managed, reaching a bloody hand toward them. The lights retreated slightly, then advanced again. I could almost make out shapes behind them, tall, slender silhouettes that moved with unnatural grace. My rational mind insisted they were hallucinations brought on by blood loss and trauma, but some deeper, more primitive part of me recognized them as something else entirely. Just as they reached the edge of the clearing, perhaps 20 yards from where I lay, headlights appeared on the forest road. Real, solid, unmistakably human headlights cutting through the darkness. The blue lights vanished instantly, retreating into the forest as if they'd never been. A truck pulled into the clearing, its headlights illuminating my prone form. The driver's door flew open, and a familiar figure emerged. "Jesus, Hank, what the hell happened?" Randy's voice, rough with panic, was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. "Guy, Ford, shotgun," I managed to gasp out, each word a monumental effort. Randy was at my side in an instant, his face pale with shock as he took in my condition. "Holy shit, you're bleeding bad. Hold on, buddy, just hold on." He ran back to his truck, returning with a first aid kit and his satellite phone. His hands moved with surprising gentleness for such a big man, applying pressure bandages to my wound, covering me with his jacket to ward off shock. "This is going to hurt," he warned, before pouring something that burned like liquid fire over the wound. I must have screamed, because the next thing I remember is his hand clamping over my mouth. "Shh, we don't know if he's still out here." Randy called for help, his voice terse, as he gave our coordinates from his GPS unit. "Yes, gunshot wound. No, I don't know who. He's losing a lot of blood. Please hurry." He stayed with me, talking constantly to keep me conscious, alternating between reassurances and questions about what had happened. I told him everything I could remember, the detour, the clearing, the man with the shotgun. "Did you see his face? Would you recognize him?" Randy asked, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if expecting the shooter to return. "Yes," I whispered. "I'll never forget it." Within an hour, the whump-whump of helicopter blades cut through the night. A search and rescue team had been dispatched from Bozeman, alerted by Randy's call. Bright lights illuminated the clearing as they landed, transforming the nightmarish scene into something clinical and urgent. Paramedics swarmed around me, their voices a blur of medical terminology. IVs were inserted, monitors attached, my wound examined and temporarily treated. They loaded me onto a stretcher. Randy's face, the last thing I saw before they closed the helicopter doors. "I'll meet you at the hospital," he called. "Don't you dare die on me, Hank." As the helicopter lifted off, I caught one last glimpse of the clearing below, the dark stain of my blood on the ground, Randy's truck parked beside my abandoned rig, and just for a moment, what looked like pale blue lights at the forest edge, watching us depart. Then, the darkness took me completely, and I knew nothing more. I woke to the steady beep of a cardiac monitor and the antiseptic smell of hospital linens. The ceiling above me was acoustic tile, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lighting that made my eyes water. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then the pain in my side brought it all crashing back. A nurse noticed I was awake and approached, checking the monitors before addressing me. "Welcome back, Mr. Mercer. You're at Bozeman Deaconess Hospital. Do you remember what happened to you?" "Shot," I managed, my throat raw from intubation. "In the woods." She nodded, adjusting something on my IV. "The doctor will be in shortly. You're very lucky to be alive." Lucky wasn't exactly how I felt, but I understood her meaning. The shotgun blast had torn through muscle and tissue, but somehow missed vital organs. 6 inches higher or to the right, and I'd have been dead before Randy found me. The doctor arrived, a tired-looking woman in her 50s with short gray hair and glasses perched on her nose. "Mr. Mercer, I'm Dr. Patel. You've been through quite an ordeal." She explained the extent of my injuries: multiple pellet wounds to the left side, significant blood loss, early-stage hypothermia, and shock. I'd been in surgery for 4 hours while they removed shotgun pellets and repaired damaged tissue. "You'll have some impressive scars," she concluded, "but with physical therapy and time, we expect a full recovery. The police are waiting to speak with you if you feel up to it." I nodded, wincing at the pain the movement caused. "Send them in." 2 officers entered, a weathered state trooper named Dawson and a younger sheriff's deputy called Martinez. They pulled up chairs beside my bed, notebooks ready. "Mr. Mercer," Trooper Dawson began, "we need to get your statement about what happened out there." I told them everything I could remember: the detour, the clearing, the man with the shotgun. I described him in detail: mid-50s to early 60s, about 6 feet tall, lean but strong, gray-streaked beard, hollow cheeks, dead eyes. The Ford pickup, white once but now rusted and primer-patched. The casual way he'd shot me, as if he were putting down a wounded animal rather than murdering a human being. "He took my wallet and phone," I added, "but that wasn't why he did it. He was going to shoot me regardless." Martinez took detailed notes while Dawson asked clarifying questions. They showed me a series of mugshots, but none of them matched the man I'd seen. "Forest Service Road 217 has been a problem area," Dawson admitted. "There have been reports of missing hikers, vandalized vehicles, nothing like this though." "Any other victims?" I asked. The officers exchanged glances. "Nothing confirmed," Martinez said carefully. "But there are unsolved missing persons cases in the area. People who disappeared while traveling alone. They promised to increase patrols, to check the area thoroughly, to put out an APB on the truck and driver. But I could tell from their expressions that they didn't hold out much hope of finding him. The mountains were vast, the population sparse, and a man who knew the back roads could disappear like smoke. After they left, exhaustion claimed me again, and I drifted into uneasy sleep, filled with dreams of blue lights among the trees and a faceless figure raising a shotgun. The next time I woke, Randy was sitting beside my bed, his massive frame looking incongruous in the small hospital chair. His normally jovial face was creased with worry, but he managed to smile when he saw I was awake. "You look like hammered shit," he greeted me, reaching over to gently squeeze my shoulder. "Feel worse," I croaked. "Thanks for finding me." "Damn lucky I did," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "When you didn't show at our meetup spot, I tried your cell. Nothing. Called dispatch and they said you'd taken some forest road detour. Didn't sound right. You always stick to the main routes. So I backtracked, found where you'd turned off, and followed. I owed him my life, and we both knew it. In our line of work, we learned early on who we can count on. Randy had always been that person for me. The police find anything? I asked. He shook his head. They're looking, but... He trailed off, not needing to complete the thought. We both understood the odds. Randy stayed most of the day, leaving only to retrieve some clothes and personal items from my truck, which had been towed to a secure lot. He brought news from the outside world. My cargo had been transferred to another driver. My company was handling the insurance. My sister had been notified and was flying in the next day. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of pain medication, physical therapy sessions, and police interviews. They never found the man with the shotgun or my stolen wallet. My phone turned up in a ditch 20 miles from the clearing, smashed beyond repair. My sister arrived, bringing with her a wave of both comfort and tension. Catherine and I had always been close in our way, but we were as different as siblings could be. She, the settled academic with a husband and 2 kids in Portland, me, the nomadic trucker with no fixed address. Still, blood called to blood, and she stayed for a week, helping with my recovery and trying in her way to understand the life that had led me to that clearing. You could come stay with us while you recover, she offered on her last day. The guest room is yours as long as you need it. It was tempting. The thought of returning to the road filled me with a dread I'd never experienced before. But I knew myself well enough to recognize that hiding wouldn't heal what was broken inside me. Thanks, Kat, I said, squeezing her hand, but I need to get back on my own 2 feet, my own way. She looked disappointed, but not surprised. Just promise me you'll be more careful, no more detours. No more detours, I agreed. I stayed in the hospital for a week, recovering from the gunshot wound. Randy visited every day, bringing me news from the road and keeping my spirits up. My fellow truckers rallied around me in their way, sending messages, arranging for my dog to be cared for, even starting a collection to help with expenses not covered by insurance. The police investigation stalled. They found evidence that someone had been living in an abandoned hunting cabin near the clearing, empty food cans, cigarette butts, a makeshift bed. But whoever it was had cleared out, leaving no fingerprints or DNA. They did find 3 sets of bones. Deer, they said, though something about the way the trooper avoided my eyes when he told me made me wonder. Nightmares plagued me. The man with the shotgun, the blue lights in the forest, the feeling of my blood soaking into the earth. I'd wake gasping, the hospital room momentarily transformed into that clearing, the medical equipment becoming twisted trees closing in around me. The hospital psychiatrist diagnosed PTSD and prescribed medication, which I accepted but rarely took. The pills dulled everything, not just the fear, and I needed my edge if I was going to recover. When I finally got out, I took some time off to heal and think about what had happened. My company was understanding, putting me on medical leave with partial pay while I recovered. I rented a small apartment in Bozeman, unwilling to stray too far from the place where it had happened. I needed to face this thing, whatever it was, on its own ground. Physical therapy was grueling but effective. By the 3rd month, I could move without constant pain, though weather changes sent twinges through my scarred side. The deeper wounds, the ones no one could see, were slower to heal. I found myself jumping at sudden noises, scanning parking lots for white Ford pickups, sleeping with a loaded gun beside my bed. I avoided forests and isolated areas, preferring the anonymity of crowded streets and well-lit stores. Night terrors continued, though less frequently as time passed. But the strangest aftermath was my obsession with the blue lights I'd seen in the forest. In my more rational moments, I dismissed them as hallucinations brought on by blood loss and trauma. But late at night, when sleep eluded me, I found myself researching similar phenomena reported in mountain regions across the country. I discovered accounts from hikers, hunters, and other truckers who described seeing similar lights in remote areas, dancing blue orbs that seemed to move with purpose, sometimes leading travelers deeper into wilderness, sometimes watching from a distance. Native American legend spoke of spirit lights that appeared to those close to death. Scientists dismissed them as swamp gas or electrical phenomena. Whatever they were, I couldn't shake the feeling that they had been coming for me before Randy arrived, and I wasn't sure if their intentions had been to help or to claim. 4 months after the shooting, the police called with news. They'd found my wallet in a pawn shop 200 miles away in Idaho. The man who'd pawned it matched the description I'd given, but he'd used a fake ID and disappeared before they could apprehend him. It wasn't much, but it confirmed what I already knew. He was still out there somewhere. As my body healed, I began to contemplate returning to the road. Not out of desire, but necessity. Trucking was the only life I knew, and my savings wouldn't last forever. The question wasn't if I would drive again, but how I would face the fear that now lived permanently in my gut. 6 months to the day after I was shot, I climbed back into the cab of my Peterbilt. The company had kept it for me, understanding the bond between a driver and his rig. It had been detailed and serviced. The seat adjusted to accommodate my still tender side, a new satellite radio installed as a welcome-back gift. My first run would be simple, a straight shot from Bozeman to Billings on I-90, hauling agricultural equipment. No detours, no forest roads, no isolated stops. Randy had arranged to make the same run, riding tandem with me the whole way. "Just like riding a bike," he said over the CB as we pulled out of the depot. "Except the bike weighs 40 tons and could flatten a Volkswagen." I managed to laugh, but my hands were slick with sweat on the wheel. Every curve in the road, every passing pickup truck sent my heart rate spiking. By the time we reached Livingston, my shirt was soaked through and my jaw ached from clenching. We stopped at our usual diner, though it took Randy some convincing to get me inside. I kept my back to the wall, eyes constantly moving to the door, barely tasting the food I mechanically consumed. "It gets easier," Randy said quietly. My first run after Iraq was the same. Thought every piece of trash on the road was an IED. I hadn't known he'd served. In all our years of friendship, he'd never mentioned it. That was the way with road friendships. Sometimes you knew a man's deepest fears before you knew his history. "How'd you get past it?" I asked. He considered the question, stirring his coffee thoughtfully. "Never really did completely. Just learned to live alongside it. The fear becomes like a passenger, always there. But you decide if it gets to drive." Simple wisdom, but it helped. By the time we reached Billings, I'd settled into a rhythm. Not comfortable yet, but functional. We delivered our loads, spent the night at a modem near the depot, and headed back the next day. Over the following weeks, I gradually increased my range and complexity of runs. Bozeman to Missoula, Missoula to Spokane. Eventually, a long haul to Minneapolis, the run I'd been on when everything went sideways. I still kept to the main roads, avoided driving after dark when possible, and carried a licensed firearm in my cab. I'd given up cigarettes, couldn't stand the smell of them anymore, the association too strong with the man who'd shot me. I still had nightmares, but they were less frequent, less vivid. What I couldn't shake was the feeling of being watched. Sometimes on empty stretches of highway, I'd catch glimpses of movement in my mirrors. Never anything concrete, just impressions of something pacing my truck. At night in rest stops, I'd wake to what sounded like footsteps circling my rig, though security cameras never showed anyone. And then there were the lights. I'd spot them occasionally, blue luminescence hovering at the tree line along remote stretches of road. Never close enough to make out details, always gone when I looked directly at them. I told myself they were reflections, fireflies, electrical anomalies, anything but what my gut told me they were. 3 months into my return to driving, I was making a run through eastern Montana when a familiar voice crackled over my CB. "Breaker 19 for that Blue Thunder. You got your ears on, Hank?" I hadn't heard that voice in nearly a year, but I recognized it instantly. The same gravelly rasp that had told me to empty my pockets before shooting me and leaving me for dead. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. I snatched up the handset, thoughts racing. Should I respond, ignore it, call the police? "I know you're listening, truck driver," the voice continued. "Been watching you a long time now. You're a hard man to kill." My hand trembled as I pressed the transmit button. "What do you want?" A chuckle crackled through the speaker. "Just to say hello, and that I'll be seeing you again, sooner or later. Maybe next time those pretty blue lights won't be interrupted." I pulled over, scanning the highway behind and ahead of me, searching for the white Ford pickup. Nothing but empty roads stretched in both directions, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the asphalt. "Where are you?" I demanded into the CB. "Closer than you think. Always closer than you think." The transmission ended with a burst of static. I tried to call him back, but there was no response, just silence and the distant rumble of highway traffic. I called the police, reported the communication, gave them my location. They sent a patrol car, took my statement, promised to look into it, but we all knew it was futile. CB transmissions were virtually untraceable, and without knowing where he was broadcasting from, they had nothing to go on. That night, parked at a busy truck stop with security cameras and plenty of witnesses around, I finally pulled out the journal I'd been keeping since the shooting. In it, I'd documented everything: the attack, the recovery, the nightmares, the blue lights, and now this new contact. Looking over my entries, a pattern emerged that I hadn't noticed before. The sightings of blue lights, the feelings of being watched, they always seemed to occur near the anniversary of the shooting or when I was passing through certain areas of Montana. Whatever this was, whether a deranged hunter who got his kicks from targeting truckers or something more inexplicable tied to those blue lights in the forest, it wasn't over. Maybe it would never be over. I still drive trucks, but I'm more cautious now. I stick to the main roads, avoid detours, and I always keep a gun in the cab. The open road doesn't feel quite as free as it used to, but it's still my livelihood, my life. That night in Montana changed me. It reminded me that no matter how much we think we're in control, there's always an element of unpredictability out there, and sometimes that unpredictability comes with a shotgun and a cold, calculating stare. I never found out who that man was or why he targeted me. Maybe it was random, or maybe he had a reason I'll never understand. But one thing's for sure. I'll never forget the fear and helplessness I felt in that clearing, and I'll never take the safety of the open road for granted again. Life goes on, and so does the road. But every time I pass a beat-up old Ford, I can't help but wonder if it's him, watching, waiting. And I grip the wheel a little tighter, knowing that out there in the vast expanse of America, danger can find you when you least expect it. And sometimes when I'm driving through the mountains at dusk, I catch glimpses of blue lights among the trees, keeping pace with my truck. I don't know if they're harbingers of death or some kind of protection. All I know is that they're watching, always watching, and someday I might find out why. Until then, I keep driving, because that's what truckers do. We keep moving forward, no matter what darkness waits around the next bend. It was the middle of winter, early January 2023. The holiday decorations had barely been packed away when my cousin suggested we take advantage of the long weekend. I was 28 then, desperately needing an escape from my mind-numbing office job. This time of year, right after Christmas, our region typically receives substantial snowfall, perfect for a secluded getaway. Elliot called me on a Tuesday evening. "Hey, I've been talking with Grant. Uncle Philip said we could use his cabin for the weekend. What do you think? Thursday to Saturday, just the three of us." The proposition was tempting. 3 days away from deadlines and fluorescent lighting sounded like paradise. Uncle Philip's cabin was nestled in the Sawyer Mountains, about 3 hours from town, remote enough to feel disconnected, but not so isolated that we'd be completely cut off from civilization. "Did Uncle Philip mention anything else about the cabin?" I asked, remembering vague stories from family gatherings. Elliot hesitated. "Well, he did say something about his kid seeing things. Apparently their 6-year-old was standing at the kitchen window last summer and started pointing outside. When Aunt Donna asked what he was looking at, the boy said there was a woman standing in the yard. Aunt Donna checked, but nobody was there." "That's it? A kid with an imaginary friend?" I laughed, relieved it wasn't something more unsettling. "Pretty much. Oh, and there's a winter storm coming, but nothing serious. We all have 4-wheel drives, and we know how to handle snow. Worst case, we get stuck with extra hot chocolate and board games." I agreed, without much hesitation. The three of us had been close since childhood, Elliot with his perpetual optimism, Grant with his practical sensibility, and me somewhere in between. If anyone could make a weekend in a potentially haunted cabin enjoyable, it was us. We spent the next day gathering supplies, food to last 3 days, sleeping bags in case the heating was unreliable, firewood, portable chargers, and a medical kit, Grant's insistence. The meteorologist on the evening news mentioned potential heavy snowfall in the mountains, but nothing that concerned us. We'd driven through worse conditions before. What I didn't realize then was how thoroughly we'd underestimated both the weather and the cabin itself. Had I known what waited for us in those mountains, I would have fabricated any excuse to stay home. But ignorance propelled us forward, 3 cousins seeking relaxation, unaware that we were driving straight into a nightmare that would forever change us. Thursday afternoon arrived with overcast skies and a steady drop in temperature. We loaded our respective trucks, mine a weathered Ford, Elliot's a relatively new Chevy, and Grant's rugged Dodge, and began our journey at precisely 2:15 p.m. The plan was to reach the cabin before dark, get settled, and enjoy a warm dinner by the fireplace. The first 2 hours of driving were uneventful. We traveled in a convoy, maintaining visual contact through our rearview mirrors. The radio forecasted increasing snowfall for the mountains, but nothing that set off alarm bells. As we turned onto the unmarked gravel road leading to the property, light flurries began dusting our windshields. This is nothing, I reassured myself, watching the wipers clear thin layers of white powder. Just enough to make it feel like a proper winter retreat. The cabin appeared gradually through the trees, a large, 2-story structure built primarily of dark timber and stone. It was considerably more imposing than I'd imagined from Uncle Philip's descriptions. The roof sloped steeply to prevent snow accumulation, and the windows were smaller than modern designs, giving it an older, more ominous appearance than I'd expected. We parked in a semicircle facing the cabin's entrance, the snow now falling steadily around us. The temperature display on my dashboard read 28 degrees. "Home, sweet home for the next couple days," Elliot called out as we grabbed our bags. His breath formed dense clouds in the frigid air. The cabin key was hidden under a hollow rock by the front steps, exactly where Uncle Philip said it would be. The door opened with a protesting creak, revealing a surprisingly spacious interior. The main floor consisted of an open living area with a stone fireplace, a kitchen with dated appliances, and a dining space with a heavy wooden table. A staircase led to the second floor, where I presumed the bedrooms were located. "It's cold as hell in here," Grant muttered, dropping his bags near the entrance. "Let's get a fire going before we unload everything else." The fireplace was substantial, clearly the main source of heat for the cabin. While Grant inspected it, Elliot and I explored the rest of the space. The kitchen cabinets contained basic cooking utensils, mismatched plates, and a few pantry staples. A landline telephone sat on a small table in the corner, our only communication with the outside world, as cell service was non-existent this far into the mountains. Upstairs we found 3 bedrooms, 2 with queen beds and 1 with twin beds, plus a bathroom with a clawfoot tub and no shower. The walls were decorated with faded photographs of landscapes and ancient hunting trophies that stared down with glass eyes that seemed to follow our movements. "I call the room that doesn't have dead animals watching me sleep," I announced, claiming the smallest bedroom with the twins. By the time we finished unpacking, Grant had a robust fire crackling in the fireplace. Outside, the snow was falling more heavily, accumulating on the ground at a concerning rate. The wind had picked up as well, whistling through tiny gaps in the cabin's structure. "I think we beat the storm by just a couple hours," Grant said, looking out the window. "Another hour on the road and we might have had trouble getting here." We settled in for the evening, preparing a simple dinner of pasta and canned sauce. The cabin grew warmer, more inviting as night fell completely. We sat around the fire with beers in hand, exchanging stories and laughing, 3 cousins enjoying the isolation and each other's company. None of us mentioned the child story about the woman outside the window. None of us wanted to invite that thought into our consciousness as darkness enveloped the cabin and the sounds of the forest became increasingly audible through the howling wind. It was nearly midnight when we decided to turn in. The storm outside had intensified, battering the windows with snow and creating drifts against the cabin walls. The wind produced strange sounds, moans and whispers that I attributed to air passing through the trees and the cabin's old timber frame. As I climbed into bed, pulling the heavy quilt up to my chin, I noticed how the moonlight filtered through the snow-crusted window created unusual patterns on the wall. Shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. I closed my eyes tight, forcing myself to attribute it to fatigue and the effects of the beer. I fell asleep, listening to the storm's fury, unaware that it was the last peaceful night's sleep I would have for a very long time. I awoke to the unmistakable aroma of breakfast cooking, bacon sizzling, eggs frying, the rich scent of freshly brewed coffee. The smell was so vivid, so enticing, that it pulled me from the depths of sleep instantly. Sunlight streamed through the window. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a pristine white landscape. The bedside clock read 7:23 a.m. Unusual for either Elliot or Grant to be awake this early on vacation, but the smell suggested someone was preparing a feast. My stomach growled in anticipation as I pulled on a sweater and shuffled toward the kitchen. In the hallway, I encountered Elliot, his hair disheveled from sleep, eyes half-lidded. "Man, whoever's cooking deserves a medal," he yawned, rubbing his eyes. "I'm absolutely starving." Together, we descended the stairs, following the mouth-watering aroma that grew stronger with each step. The kitchen doorway framed a scene bathed in morning light, countertops gleaming, the old stove standing sentinel against the wall, a kettle on the countertop, but no food, no pans on the stove, no plates set out, and no Grant. "What the hell?" Elliot muttered, looking around in confusion. "You smell that, right? I'm not hallucinating." I nodded slowly, approaching the stove and placing my hand near the surface. Cold, completely cold, as though it hadn't been used in days. The coffee maker sat unplugged in the corner, the kettle empty and cool to the touch. Yet the smell persisted. Bacon, eggs, sausage, coffee, so real I could almost taste it. "Morning," Grant's voice startled us both. He stood in the doorway, fully dressed. "You guys smell it too, huh?" We nodded in unison. "Been like this since I woke up 20 minutes ago," Grant continued, moving to examine the stove himself. "At first I thought one of you was cooking, but nobody's cooking anything," I finished, feeling a distinct uneasiness settle in my stomach. "So where's the smell coming from?" We searched the kitchen thoroughly, checking cabinets, looking behind appliances, even inspecting the ventilation, finding nothing that could explain the phantom breakfast scents that still hung heavily in the air. Uncle Philip didn't mention anything about ghost cooking, did he? Elliot attempted to joke, but his voice lacked conviction. "Let's just make some actual breakfast," Grant suggested pragmatically. "Maybe we're all just hungry and imagining things." But as I gathered eggs and bacon from our cooler, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that we weren't alone in the cabin. The aroma had begun to fade, but occasionally intensified without warning, as though someone invisible was moving pans around a hot stove right beside us. We ate in relative silence, occasionally glancing toward the empty stove that still seemed to be the source of phantom cooking smells. Outside, the snow glistened under a clear sky, at least 8 inches deep based on the drift against the porch railing. "We should check on the trucks," Grant said finally, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Make sure they're good to go in case this weather turns again. Forecast said there might be another system moving in tomorrow." The suggestion seemed reasonable, practical even, but as we bundled up to step outside, I couldn't help feeling we were all looking for an excuse to leave the kitchen and its inexplicable sensory anomaly behind. None of us mentioned that the cabin's young visitor had only reported seeing a woman outside, not experiencing phantom smells. None of us wanted to consider what that might mean, that perhaps the cabin had more than one story to tell. The day had transformed into a postcard-perfect winter scene. Sunlight reflected brilliantly off the snow, and the trees stood heavily laden with white. Under different circumstances, I might have found it beautiful. Instead, every shadow among the trees seemed to harbor watchful eyes, and the pristine stillness felt artificial. Too perfect, too quiet. We trudged through knee-deep snow to our vehicles, our boots leaving deep impressions in the untouched white surface. The temperature had risen slightly, but remained well below freezing. "Let's start them up and let them run for a bit," Grant suggested, pulling keys from his pocket. Battery drain happens fast in this cold. I nodded in agreement, reaching my truck first. The door opened with resistance, snow falling from the frame as I climbed inside. The interior was freezing, the leather seat stiff beneath me. I inserted the key into the ignition and turned it confidently. The engine made a weak rattling sound, then nothing, just a hollow click. "Come on," I muttered, trying again. Same result. A pathetic attempt to turn over, then silence. Through my frosted window, I could see Elliot and Grant experiencing similar issues. Elliot stood beside his open driver's door, repeatedly turning his key while Grant had his hood up, staring at his engine with visible frustration. I exited my truck and approached them. "Battery issues?" "It's not the battery," Grant said firmly, wiping his hands on his jeans. "At least not in mine. Everything's connected properly, and these are all relatively new vehicles. All three wouldn't have battery failure simultaneously." "Could it be the cold?" Elliot suggested. Grant shook his head. "We've driven in colder conditions. Something's not right." We spent the next hour checking engines, connections, and fluids. All three trucks appeared to be in perfect working order, yet none would start. It made no mechanical sense. "Let's call for help," I suggested, remembering the landline inside. "Maybe Uncle Philip knows someone nearby with jumper cables or a tow truck." Back inside, I lifted the phone receiver and pressed it to my ear. No dial tone, just empty, hollow silence. "Phone's dead," I announced to the others who had followed me in. "Must be the storm knocked out the lines." "Perfect," Elliot sighed, dropping onto the sofa. "So we're stuck here until someone realizes we didn't come home tomorrow?" "People know where we are," Grant reasoned. "If we don't show up by Sunday, someone will come looking." The implication settled over us like a heavy blanket. 2 more nights in this cabin, with no transportation and no communication. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been merely inconvenient. We had enough supplies, shelter, and heat. But after the morning's inexplicable occurrence, the prospect felt distinctly more threatening. "We need more firewood," Grant said after a long silence. "I'll check the woodshed out back. You two see if there's any alternative communication here, a radio, anything." I watched through the window as Grant made his way to a small structure about 50 yards behind the cabin. The woodshed was barely visible through the trees, its dark shape contrasting with the surrounding snow. Grant's figure grew smaller as he trudged through the deep snow, eventually disappearing among the trees. Elliot and I searched the cabin for anything that might help our situation, finding nothing but old magazines, board games with missing pieces, and dusty books on shelves. The isolation that had seemed appealing just yesterday now felt oppressive. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Grant should have returned by now. "I'm going to check on him," I told Elliot, reaching for my coat. Just as I was pulling on my boots, the front door burst open. Grant stood there, his face ashen, eyes wide with an expression I'd never seen on him before. Pure, undiluted fear. "There's someone else here," he gasped, slamming the door behind him and leaning against it. "I swear to God, I'm not making this up." "What happened?" I demanded, helping Grant to the sofa. His hands were trembling violently, and his breathing came in rapid, shallow bursts. "I was loading firewood," he began, his voice unsteady. "I had my arms full, ready to head back. Then I heard someone laugh, a woman's laugh, soft, almost playful, like she was amused by something." Elliot and I exchanged glances. "Maybe it was just the wind," Elliot suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. Grant shook his head emphatically. "No, it was a laugh. Clear as day. I turned around and—" He swallowed hard. There was a woman standing about 20 feet away at the edge of the trees. She was wearing what looked like a white nightgown. Her hair was long, dark brown. She was just watching me. "Did she say anything?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level despite the cold fear spreading through my chest. "No." She smiled at me, then turned and walked behind the woodshed. I dropped the wood and ran after her. I thought maybe she lived nearby, could help us with the trucks or phone, but when I got around the shed, there was no one there. And the thing is, his voice dropped to a whisper. There were no footprints. None. Just untouched snow everywhere. The silence that followed was deafening, each of us processing what this meant. "We need to check," Elliot said finally, standing up. All of us. Together. Nobody argued. We bundled up and ventured outside, staying close to one another as we approached the woodshed. The snow around it was disturbed only by Grant's footprints, deep indentations leading from the cabin to the shed and back, with a chaotic pattern where he had apparently dropped the wood and given chase. But there were no other prints, no sign that anyone else had been there. "I swear she was here," Grant insisted, his voice cracking. "Right there, by those trees." I approached the spot he indicated. The snow was pristine, unmarked by human passage. The surrounding forest stood silent, indifferent to our confusion and growing fear. "I believe you saw something," I said carefully. "But whoever it was, they didn't leave tracks." "So what are you saying?" Grant demanded. "That I hallucinated? That I'm losing my mind?" "No," Elliot interjected. "We all smelled breakfast this morning when nobody was cooking. Something strange is happening here, I just don't know what." We gathered the scattered firewood in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The woods around us seemed to press closer, the silence more absolute than natural. Even the birds had gone quiet. Back inside, we built up the fire and huddled around it, seeking comfort in its warmth and light. Nobody wanted to voice the obvious connection to Uncle Philip's story, a woman seen outside where no woman should be. "Let's think this through logically," I suggested, desperate to impose some rationality on our situation. 3 vehicles don't just stop working simultaneously without cause. Maybe there's something environmental affecting them, some kind of electromagnetic interference or something. "That doesn't explain the woman," Grant muttered. "Or the cooking smells," Elliot added. We spent the remainder of the day in a state of heightened awareness, jumping at every creak of the cabin's timbers, every whistle of wind through the eaves. We played cards, attempting to distract ourselves, but our conversation was stilted, our minds elsewhere. As darkness fell, the atmosphere in the cabin grew even more oppressive. The shadows seemed deeper, the corners darker. We kept the fire blazing, pushing back against the night. None of us wanted to acknowledge the dread that had settled over us, the certainty that whatever had begun, it wasn't finished with us yet. "We should take shifts sleeping tonight," Grant suggested as the clock approached midnight. "One person stays awake at all times." No one argued. We drew straws to determine the order. Elliot would take first watch, then me, then Grant. The arrangement provided little comfort, but it was better than nothing. As I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, I paused at the window overlooking the backyard and the woodshed. For just a moment, I thought I saw a pale figure standing at the tree line, a flash of white against the darkness. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there but shadows and snow. I told myself it was just my imagination, overwrought from the day's events. But as I settled into bed, listening to the house creak and moan around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, studied, by eyes that belonged to something that wasn't quite human anymore. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by strange dreams and the persistent feeling of being observed. In my dreams, I wandered through the cabin, following the scent of cooking food, only to find a woman in white standing at the stove, her back to me. When she turned, her face was a void, a blank emptiness where features should have been. I woke with a strangled gasp at 2:17 a.m. according to the bedside clock. My shift to keep watch would begin at 2:30, 13 minutes to compose myself, to shake off the lingering tendrils of the nightmare. The cabin was quiet except for the occasional pop and crackle from the fireplace downstairs. I pulled on my sweater and made my way carefully down the darkened hallway, trying to avoid the floorboards that had creaked under our weight earlier. Elliot sat rigid in an armchair facing the front windows, a battery-powered lantern casting a small circle of light around him. He didn't acknowledge my approach until I was directly beside him. "Hey," I whispered, touching his shoulder. He flinched violently. "Sorry," he mumbled, running a hand over his face. "Must have zoned out." "Anything happened during your watch?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "Nothing concrete, just noises, probably the wind." "What kind of noises?" "Scratching. At the windows. And I keep thinking I hear someone walking upstairs, but then I remember you and Grant are up there, so..." He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Well, I'm here now. Get some sleep. Elliot nodded gratefully and retreated upstairs. I took his place in the armchair, adjusting the lantern to cast light on both the front door and the kitchen doorway. The fire had died down to glowing embers, providing minimal heat and even less light. The silence was absolute. No wind, no creaking timber, no nocturnal animals. Just stillness so complete it felt unnatural, as though the world outside had ceased to exist, leaving only this cabin suspended in void. At 3:08 a.m., the scratching began. At first, it was so faint I thought I'd imagined it, a light, almost tentative sound at the window to my right. Tiny noises like fingernails dragging gently across glass. I sat perfectly still, straining to locate the source. The scratching moved, from the right window to the left, then to the front door. Methodical, deliberate, as though something was testing each entry point. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and frail in the darkness. "Is someone there?" The scratching stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse, expectant, charged with potential energy. Then came the footsteps from the kitchen, soft, measured steps on the wooden floor. The distinct sound of a heel, then toe, the gait of a woman walking slowly, unhurried. I raised the lantern, pointing its beam toward the kitchen doorway. Empty. Yet the footsteps continued, now moving across the kitchen toward the living room, toward me. My throat constricted with terror. I wanted to call out for Elliot and Grant, but no sound would come. I was frozen, watching the empty doorway as the footsteps drew nearer. They stopped just at the threshold of the living room, at the exact point where the lantern light met darkness. "Who's there?" I finally managed, my voice cracking. A whisper came in response. So quiet I almost missed it. "I'm cold." The lantern flickered, dimmed, then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard the footsteps resume, now moving directly toward my chair. I scrambled backward, tripping over the coffee table and landing hard on the floor. Pain shot through my elbow, but adrenaline overwhelmed it. I crawled frantically toward where I knew the fireplace to be, hoping to find a poker, a log, anything to defend myself. My hand closed around the metal handle of the fire poker just as I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like fingers made of ice trailing along my skin. I lashed out blindly with the poker, connecting with nothing but air. The touch withdrew. The footsteps receded, moving back toward the kitchen, then up the stairs. Each creak of the steps distinct, deliberate. I fumbled with the lantern, shaking it desperately until it flickered back to life. The living room was empty. I shone the light toward the staircase, nothing visible, yet the footsteps continued their ascent. They stopped outside the bedrooms upstairs. "Grant! Elliot!" I shouted, finding my voice at last. "Wake up!" Doors flew open upstairs. Heavy footsteps, real, solid footsteps, pounded across the hall as my cousins responded to my call. "What's happening?" Grant demanded, appearing at the top of the stairs, Elliot right behind him. "There's someone in the house," I gasped, still clutching the poker. "I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, right to where you're standing." They looked at each other, then back at me, their expressions a mixture of concern and fear. "There's no one here," Elliot said gently, descending the stairs. "We would have seen them." "I heard it," I insisted, "and before that, scratching at the windows, and—" I hesitated, not wanting to sound completely unhinged. "I heard a voice. It said, 'I'm cold.'" Grant joined us in the living room, his face grim. "I believe you. After what I saw today, I believe you." We rebuilt the fire together, none of us willing to be alone. The remainder of the night passed in tense silence, all pretense of sleep shifts abandoned. We sat vigil until dawn, jumping at every sound, watching the windows and doors for any sign of intrusion. When morning finally came, we were exhausted, strung out, and no closer to understanding what was happening in this isolated cabin in the mountains. The phantom breakfast smells returned with the morning light. Stronger now, almost overwhelming. None of us mentioned it as we moved mechanically through our morning routines, brewing actual coffee and preparing a simple meal of the few provisions we had left. "We need to try the vehicles again," Grant said between bites of dry cereal. "If they still won't start, we should consider walking out. The nearest town can't be more than 10 miles. 10 miles through snow this deep?" Elliot shook his head. "That's a last resort. Someone will come looking for us by tomorrow if we don't show up back home today. Unless they can't get their vehicles to start either, I pointed out grimly. Whatever's affecting our trucks could be more widespread. We fell silent, considering the implications. The strange occurrences in the cabin were terrifying, but at least we had shelter, heat, and some food. Venturing into the wilderness in winter conditions carried its own deadly risks. Let's check the trucks first, Grant decided. Then we'll make a plan. Outside, the day was clear again, the sun reflecting blindingly off the snow. We approached our vehicles with little hope, but went through the motions anyway, turning keys in ignitions, checking connections, tapping on gauges. As expected, none of the engines would turn over. This makes no sense, Grant muttered, slamming his truck's hood down in frustration. There's nothing mechanically wrong with any of them. We were heading back to the cabin when Elliot suddenly stopped, pointing toward the tree line beyond the woodshed. Look there, is that a structure? I squinted against the glare of sun on snow. Something dark was visible through the trees, the corner of what might be another building, perhaps a quarter-mile away. I don't remember seeing that yesterday, I said slowly. We were focused on the woodshed, Grant reasoned. Might have missed it. Could be another cabin. Maybe someone who could help us. The decision was unanimous. We would investigate. We marked our path with broken branches stuck upright in the snow, creating a trail we could follow back if visibility decreased. The trek was difficult, the snow reaching mid-thigh and some drifts, but determination pushed us forward. As we drew closer, the structure took shape, not a cabin, but a small, weathered house. Its windows were dark, the paint peeling from its wooden siding. It had clearly been abandoned for some time, yet somehow had escaped the notice of whoever maintained Uncle Philip's property. The front door hung partially open, swollen with moisture and unable to close properly. We approached cautiously, calling out to announce our presence, though we were fairly certain no one would answer. "Hello? Anyone here? We need some help." Silence greeted us. Grant pushed the door wider, and it groaned in protest as we entered. The interior was a single room, a small rustic dwelling with basic furnishings covered in dust and cobwebs. A cast-iron stove stood against one wall, a bed against another. A simple wooden table with 2 chairs occupied the center, and shelves lined with preserved foods and supplies covered another wall. "Looks like some kind of caretaker's house," Elliot suggested, examining the space. "Probably abandoned when they built the larger cabin." I moved toward a small desk in the corner, where papers were scattered in disarray. Most were too water-damaged to read, but a few remained legible. Property records, maintenance notes, and personal correspondence dating back to the 1980s. One envelope caught my attention, yellowed with age, but protected from the worst of the elements by the desk drawer it partially protruded from. I carefully extracted it, finding a newspaper clipping inside, along with a handwritten letter. The clipping, dated January 12, 1982, bore the headline, "Woman Found Frozen Near Mountain Cabin." I read it aloud to the others. The body of Josephine Harlow, 34, was discovered yesterday morning approximately 100 yards from her residence in the Sawyer Mountains. Authorities believe Harlow became disoriented during the severe blizzard that hit the region last weekend. She was found wearing only a nightgown, having apparently left her home without proper attire. Harlow lived alone in the remote location following the death of her husband 3 years prior. Neighbors report she had become increasingly reclusive and erratic in recent months. The county coroner listed cause of death as hypothermia. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through me as I turned to the letter. It was addressed to someone named Arthur, dated 1 week before the newspaper article. "Arthur, I cannot stay here another night. The solitude was bearable at first, even welcome after John's passing. But something has changed. I hear cooking in an empty kitchen. The vehicles won't start without reason. And most troubling, I've begun to see a figure standing at the edge of the property, a woman in white who vanishes when approached. I fear for my sanity. I've called the property office to terminate my caretaking position. I'll leave as soon as the road's clear. Please check on me if you don't hear from me by the 10th. Josephine." My hands trembled as I finished reading. We stood in stunned silence, the implications sinking in like a stone in deep water. "She experienced the same things we are," Grant whispered. 40 years ago. And then she died in the snow, Elliot added, his voice hollow, trying to escape whatever was happening. I reread the letter, a terrible understanding dawning. The woman in white that Josephine saw, what if that's who you saw at the woodshed? What if that's who I heard last night? But Josephine died, Grant said slowly. She was found frozen in her nightgown. The realization hit us simultaneously. The woman in the white nightgown seen by Grant, by Uncle Philip's son, perhaps by countless others over the years, was Josephine herself. We need to get back to the cabin, I said urgently. Pack our things and try the trucks again. If they won't start, we need to stay put and wait for help. What if help doesn't come? Elliot asked, voicing the fear we all shared. Then we stay together, I insisted. No matter what happens, we stay together. We left the caretaker's house with the letter and newspaper clipping, following our marked path back to the cabin. The day was advancing, the sun beginning its descent toward the western horizon. We had perhaps 4 hours of daylight left. None of us spoke of what we'd found, but a shared understanding hung in the air between us. We weren't dealing with imagination or coincidence. Something inexplicable was happening in these mountains, something that had claimed at least one life before, and we were trapped in the middle of it. The remainder of Saturday passed in tense anticipation. We gathered our belongings, packed our vehicles, and prepared for either rescue or another night in the cabin. The strange occurrences continued. Phantom cooking smells wafting through the kitchen, unexplained footsteps on the stairs, the occasional glimpse of something white moving at the periphery of our vision. But understanding the history somehow made it more bearable. The terror remained, but it was tempered by a kind of sad comprehension. Josephine Harlow had died, trying to escape something she couldn't understand. We were determined not to share her fate. We maintained the fire, conserved our remaining food, and kept constant watch on each other and our surroundings. As night fell, we agreed to sleep in shifts again, but this time, no one would be alone. 2 awake, 1 asleep, rotating every 3 hours. The scratching returned at the windows after midnight, more insistent now, almost desperate. The temperature inside the cabin dropped dramatically despite the fire, our breath visible in the air. "I'm cold," came the whisper from the kitchen, audible to all of us this time. So cold. None of us responded. What could we say to a voice from beyond death? To a woman who had died in the snow 4 decades ago, trying to escape the very phenomena she now seemed to perpetuate? The night stretched endlessly, each hour an exercise in endurance. When dawn finally broke on Sunday morning, we were exhausted but alive, and filled with renewed determination to leave this place. "Let's try the trucks one more time," Grant suggested as the first light filtered through the windows. Together. We stepped outside into the bitter morning air. The snow had hardened overnight, a thin crust of ice forming over its surface that crunched beneath our boots. The sky was clear, promising another deceptively beautiful winter day. We approached my truck first, all 3 of us standing beside it as I inserted the key into the ignition. I took a deep breath, offered a silent prayer to whatever might be listening, and turned the key. The engine roared to life immediately, as though it had never had a problem. We stared at each other in disbelief, then rushed to the other vehicles. Each started perfectly, engines purring in the cold morning air. "I don't understand," Elliot said, shaking his head. "Why now? What changed?" I thought about Josephine's letter, about her plans to leave when the roads cleared. Maybe she just wanted company, someone to understand what happened to her. Or maybe she's warning us, Grant suggested quietly, making sure we don't stay too long, like she did. We didn't linger to theorize further. We closed up the cabin, leaving it exactly as we'd found it, apart from our depleted firewood and food supplies. No one suggested returning for Uncle Philip's key. We left it on the kitchen table, eager to put distance between ourselves and this place. As I was about to climb into my truck, I turned for one last look at the cabin. A movement caught my eye, a figure in the kitchen window watching us, a woman with long brown hair wearing what appeared to be a white nightgown. She raised her hand slowly, palm pressed against the glass. I didn't tell the others. Some things are better left unshared. Instead, I raised my own hand in a mirroring gesture. an acknowledgement, a farewell. Our convoy pulled away from the cabin, tires crunching on hardened snow. No one spoke on the drive back to town, each of us processing what we'd experienced in our own way. We parted with brief, awkward hugs and promises to call later. But we never really talked about it again, not in any meaningful way. What was there to say that wouldn't sound insane to anyone who hadn't been there? How could we explain the inexplicable? Uncle Philip called me a month later to say the cabin had been sold to developers. 6 months after that, he mentioned casually that the new owners had demolished it, planning to build a more modern structure in its place. The demolition had been complicated by an unexplained fire that consumed what remained of the old cabin. The caretaker's house was never mentioned. Perhaps the developers never found it, hidden as it was among the trees. I've often wondered what happened to Josephine after the cabin was destroyed. Did the flames release her from whatever bound her to that place? Or does she still wander the property, confused and cold, seeking warmth and companionship in her eternal isolation? I don't know if I'll ever return to the Sawyer Mountains to find out. Some questions are better left unanswered. But on cold January nights, when the wind howls outside my window, I sometimes catch the faint scent of bacon frying, eggs sizzling in a pan. And I wonder if Josephine found her way here, following us home from that isolated cabin in the mountains. I wonder if she's still trying to tell us something we failed to understand. At 19 years old, I thought I knew what fear was. I was wrong. What happened to me and my family during our vacation in the remote wilderness of northern Maine in July 2023 changed everything I believed about the world and the things that lurk in the darkest corners of it. My name is irrelevant now. What matters is what I survived. I was traveling with my family, my mother, a nurse who had worked double shifts for months to afford this trip, my twin siblings Blake and Maya, both 16 and inseparable, and my Uncle Derek, my mother's younger brother, who had been living with us since losing his left arm in a construction accident 2 years prior. The drive to our rental cabin took nearly 8 hours through increasingly desolate back roads. Blake and Maya had fallen asleep in the back seat hours earlier, their heads leaning against opposite windows. The silence in the car was heavy, broken only by the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional crackle of static from the radio as we drove deeper into areas where cell towers were sparse. Uncle Derek sat in the passenger seat, his remaining hand drumming nervously against his thigh. He'd been different since the accident. Quieter, more prone to staring into empty space. The doctor said phantom limb syndrome was normal, but I wondered if losing part of yourself changed more than just your body. "How much further?" my mother asked, her voice tight with exhaustion. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and her knuckles were white against the steering wheel. "GPS says 47 minutes, I replied, though the device had been glitching for the past hour, sometimes showing us on roads that didn't exist, sometimes losing our location entirely. The landscape outside grew more forbidding with each mile. Towering pine trees pressed close to the narrow road, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so thick that even in mid-afternoon, we needed headlights. Occasionally, we'd pass a mailbox or a dirt driveway disappearing into the woods, but no houses were visible from the road. "This place better be worth it," Uncle Derek muttered, flexing his remaining fingers. "Middle of nowhere doesn't begin to cover it." The cabin appeared suddenly as we rounded a sharp curve, sitting on a small clearing beside a lake that stretched beyond our vision into the gray distance. The building was older than the rental photos had suggested, weathered cedar siding and a sagging front porch that creaked even in the absence of wind. A hand-painted sign near the driveway read, "Cedar Point Cabin, Estor 1987. Blake and Maya woke as we pulled into the gravel driveway, both rubbing their eyes and looking around with the disorientation of long sleep. "Are we there?" Maya asked, her voice thick with sleep. "Finally," my mother said, turning off the engine. The sudden silence felt oppressive after hours of road noise. Even the lake was unnaturally still, its surface like black glass reflecting the overcast sky. Uncle Derek climbed out first, fishing the keys from his pocket with his good hand. The front door was solid wood, painted forest green but chipped and faded. As he struggled with the lock, I noticed deep scratches in the wood around the door frame, not from keys, but something else, something with claws. "Mom, I'm going to take a walk," I said, needing to stretch my legs and escape the oppressive feeling that had settled over me since we'd arrived. "Don't go far," she replied, already helping Blake and Maya gather their bags. "And stay away from the water until we check how deep it is." I nodded and headed toward the tree line behind the cabin. The forest was dense, with undergrowth that hadn't been cleared in years. Fallen logs lay across faint paths, and spiderwebs stretched between branches at head height. The air smelled of decay and damp earth, with an underlying odor I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant. 20 yards into the forest, I stopped. The trees here were enormous, some so wide I couldn't have wrapped my arms around them, even with help. But it wasn't their size that made me pause. It was the damage. Deep gouges scored the bark of nearly every tree, starting about 7 feet from the ground and extending upward as far as I could see. They were too wide to be from any animal I knew, and too deep to be from tools. Some of the marks were fresh, with sap still bleeding from the wounds. Others were older, the wood blackened and infected-looking. I approached one of the damaged trees, running my fingers along the gouges. They were smooth, as if something had carved them with surgical precision. The spacing suggested claws, but claws unlike anything I'd ever seen. Each mark was nearly as wide as my thumb, and they were arranged in sets of 4. The feeling started then, a creeping sensation that I was being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the forest around me. Nothing moved except for the gentle sway of branches in a breeze I couldn't feel. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. I tried to rationalize it. We were tired from the long drive, and I was naturally anxious in unfamiliar places. The scratches on the trees had logical explanations. Bears, maybe, or some kind of equipment used by loggers. But even as I told myself these things, my heart rate increased, and my palms grew damp with sweat. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, no small animals rustled through the underbrush. The only sound was my own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. I backed away from the tree and began walking deeper into the forest, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain. The path, if it could be called that, wound between massive tree trunks and over fallen logs slick with moss. The canopy above was so thick that very little light penetrated, creating a perpetual twilight even in the middle of the day. 30 yards from the cabin, I found something that made my blood freeze. A clearing, roughly circular, where nothing grew. The ground was bare earth, packed hard as concrete. In the center lay the remains of what might once have been a deer, but the bones were wrong, too large, arranged in patterns that defied nature. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to grab my family and leave this place immediately. Instead, I crept closer, drawn by the same terrible curiosity that makes people slow down to stare at car accidents. The bones were white, bleached clean by time and weather, but they weren't scattered randomly as they would be if predators had been at the carcass. They were arranged deliberately, almost ceremonially. The skull sat atop the ribcage, facing the forest. The leg bones formed a perfect square around the remains. Something had done this. Something intelligent. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root. As I fell, my hand landed on something soft and wet. I looked down to see a pile of what looked like shed skin, translucent and flexible. It was roughly the size of a garbage bag, but the texture was wrong. Too smooth, too uniform. The watching sensation intensified until it felt like physical pressure against my skull. I scrambled to my feet and ran, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I didn't slow down until I burst from the tree line into the clearing around the cabin. My family was on the porch, unloading the last of our supplies. My mother looked up as I approached, her expression immediately shifting to concern. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell her about the bones, the shed skin, the feeling of being watched. Instead, I forced a smile and shook my head. "Just tripped over a root. Forest is pretty dense back there. Uncle Derek was struggling to carry a cooler with his one good arm. I helped him get it inside, grateful for the distraction. The cabin's interior was rustic but clean, knotty pine walls, a stone fireplace, and furniture that looked like it had been there since the 1980s. "This place has character," my mother said, but her voice lacked conviction. Even she seemed to sense something off about our surroundings. That evening, we made dinner on the propane stove and ate by the light of kerosene lamps. The cabin's electricity was unreliable, and the generator was too loud to run after dark. Blake and Maya seemed unaware of the tension that had settled over the rest of us, chattering about their plans for the next day. "Can we go swimming tomorrow?" Maya asked, pressing her face against the window that faced the lake. "We'll see," my mother replied. "Let's get a better look at the water in daylight." As darkness fell, the forest around us came alive with sounds. Not the normal sounds of wildlife, but something else. A rhythmic scratching that seemed to come from all directions at once. Uncle Derek noticed it too, his head tilting as he listened. "Probably just branches rubbing together in the wind," he said, but his voice was uncertain. The scratching continued for hours, sometimes fading to almost nothing, sometimes growing so loud it seemed to vibrate through the cabin walls. None of us slept well that first night. I lay in the bottom bunk, Blake had claimed the top, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds outside. Around 2 a.m, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling than the noise had been. I must have finally drifted off, because I was awakened by the sound of the front door opening. I checked the clock, 3:17 a.m. Blake was snoring softly in the bunk above me, and Maya was curled up in the single bed across the room. I slipped out of bed and crept to the window. Uncle Derek was walking across the clearing toward the lake, his silhouette barely visible in the starlight. Without thinking, I pulled on my shoes and followed him outside. The night air was much colder than I'd expected, and my breath came out in visible puffs. The scratching sounds had been replaced by a different noise, a low, rhythmic groaning that seemed to come from the direction of the lake. I caught up with Uncle Derek about halfway to the water's edge. He was standing perfectly still, staring out at the lake's surface. Up close, I could see his face was pale, and his eyes were wide with terror. "Derek?" I whispered. "What are you doing out here?" He turned toward me slowly, as if waking from a dream. I had to come out here. Something was calling me." We stood together by the water for nearly an hour, neither of us speaking. The groaning sounds continued, sometimes seeming to come from the lake itself, sometimes from the forest behind us. Uncle Derek's hand shook as he wiped sweat from his forehead despite the cold. "We should go back inside," I finally said. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger than ever. I could feel eyes on us from multiple directions, though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. Uncle Derek nodded, but as we turned to head back to the cabin, he suddenly broke into a run. I started to follow, but something slammed into my back with tremendous force, driving me face first into the ground. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and filled my mouth with dirt and dead leaves. I tried to push myself up, but an enormous weight settled on my back, pinning me down. I could feel whatever was on top of me breathing, slow, deliberate breaths that stirred the hair on the back of my neck. The smell was overwhelming, rotting meat mixed with something chemical and sharp. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard screaming from the direction of the cabin. My family was standing on the porch, their faces illuminated by the yellow glow of the kerosene lamps. Even from this distance, I could see their terror. The weight on my back shifted, and I felt something rough and scaly brush against my neck. Then came the sound. A low rumble that I felt in my bones as much as I heard it. It was like the purring of a giant cat, but wrong in every way that mattered. Hot breath washed over my face as something leaned down close to my ear. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain I was about to die. Instead, I felt a sharp pain across my shoulder blades as claws raked through my shirt and into my skin. Then the weight was gone. I lay there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, not daring to move. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a massive shape moving through the trees at the forest's edge. It was too dark to make out details, but I caught glimpses of yellow eyes reflecting the lamplight from the cabin. Uncle Derek reached me first, his face white with shock. Oh God," he kept repeating as he helped me to my feet. "Are you hurt? Can you walk?" I nodded, though my legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. Together, we stumbled back to the cabin where my mother was waiting with a first aid kit. The scratches on my back were deep enough to require cleaning and bandaging, but not serious enough for stitches. None of us slept for the rest of that night. We barricaded the doors and windows, pushing furniture against them until the cabin felt like a fortress. Uncle Derek sat by the front window with a kitchen knife, his hand trembling as he watched the tree line. "What was that thing?" Maya whispered, her voice barely audible. She and Blake huddled together on the couch, their faces pale in the lamplight. "I don't know," I replied, and it was the truth. Whatever had attacked me was unlike anything I'd ever seen or heard described. It was too large to be a bear, too intelligent to be a wild animal, and too real to be a figment of my imagination. The scratching sounds returned with the dawn, but now they were accompanied by other noises, thuds against the cabin walls, the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, and occasionally a low growling that seemed to come from directly outside whichever window we were nearest. My mother tried to use her cell phone to call for help, but there was no signal. The landline was dead, and the cabin's radio picked up nothing but static. We were completely cut off from the outside world. "We need to leave," Uncle Derek said, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Pack everything. We're getting out of here." But when we looked outside, we discovered that leaving wasn't an option. Our car sat in the driveway, but all 4 tires had been slashed, long, deep cuts that went all the way through the rubber. The same claws that had marked the trees had made these cuts. "It doesn't want us to leave," Blake said, voicing what we were all thinking. The attacks continued throughout the day. Sometimes we'd hear scratching at the roof, as if something enormous was walking across the shingles. Other times, shadows would pass by the windows, shapes too large and moving too deliberately to be anything natural. We rationed our food and water, not knowing how long we'd be trapped. The generator fuel was running low, and the kerosene lamps wouldn't last much longer. Soon, we'd be in complete darkness with whatever was outside. On the 3rd day, Uncle Derek made a decision that probably saved our lives. He'd been studying the creature's patterns, timing its movements around the cabin. "It's always on the forest side," he said. "It doesn't go near the lake during daylight." He was right. Whatever was stalking us seemed to avoid the water, staying in the trees where it could remain hidden. If we could make it to the lake, we might be able to work our way around to one of the other cabins we'd seen when we arrived. We waited until midday, when the creature seemed to be least active. Uncle Derek went first, moving quickly but quietly toward the water's edge. One by one we followed, staying low and keeping to the most direct path possible. The lake was shallow near the shore, with a rocky bottom that made walking difficult. But we followed the shoreline for nearly 2 miles, staying in the water where our scent would be harder to track. Behind us, we could hear crashing sounds from the forest, as if something large was moving parallel to our path. The first occupied cabin we reached belonged to an elderly couple from New Jersey. They took one look at our condition and immediately offered help. While the man called the police on his working phone, his wife tended to our cuts and exhaustion. The police arrived within an hour, but by then, whatever had been stalking us was gone. They found our cabin exactly as we'd left it, with all our belongings still inside. The car tires were slashed, just as we'd described, and there were indeed scratch marks on the trees. But they found no other evidence of the creature. No footprints, no hair samples, no clear explanation for what had happened to us. The official report listed the incident as possible bear encounter with property damage. I know what attacked us wasn't a bear. Bears don't arrange bones in patterns, don't slash car tires to prevent escape, and don't stalk families with the calculated intelligence we experienced. But I also know that some things are too far outside normal experience to be believed. We never returned to collect our belongings. 6 months later, I still have nightmares about yellow eyes watching from the forest. The scars on my back serve as a permanent reminder that there are things in this world that science hasn't cataloged, things that hunt in the deep places where humans rarely go. I'm sharing this story not to convince anyone of anything, but as a warning. If you ever find yourself in a remote area and feel like you're being watched, trust that instinct. If you see signs of something unusual, bones arranged in patterns, claw marks too large for any known animal, areas where wildlife seems to avoid, don't investigate. Leave immediately. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places are better left unexplored. The creature in those woods is still out there, and I pray I never encounter it again. This account was written in January 2024, 6 months after the events described. The author's identity has been changed for privacy reasons. The location has been deliberately obscured to prevent others from seeking out the area described. My name is Alex Walker, and I'm 32 years old. I live in a small apartment in Asheville, North Carolina, barely scraping by on my meager salary as a park ranger. I took this job out of desperation a few years ago when I couldn't find any other work. The pay is low and the hours are long, but I do love being out in nature. Hiking and camping are my passions. I've worked as a ranger in state and national parks across the country, Isle Royale in Michigan, Crater Lake in Oregon, the Allegheny Forest in Pennsylvania, the Apostle Islands in Wisconsin. But my current post in the remote wilderness of Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina is by far the most challenging. Strange things have been happening lately. Hikers vanishing without a trace, eerie sounds echoing through the woods at night, and a permeating sense of being watched. The other rangers and I are on high alert, but we're understaffed and ill-equipped to deal with whatever is going on. Last night, I had a terrifying experience. I was alone in my watchtower, gazing out at the moonlit trees, when I saw a shadowy figure darting through the underbrush. It moved impossibly fast, more animal than human. I tried to follow it with my binoculars, but it disappeared into the darkness. A shiver ran down my spine. We'd been getting reports from campers about strange sightings in the woods. Ghostly apparitions, dark shapes stalking between the pines, glowing eyes peering out from the shadows. The old-timers in the nearby town spoke of ancient legends, evil spirits that roamed the forest seeking lost souls to drag into the depths. I'd always dismissed such tales as superstitious folklore, until now. Something is out there in those woods. Something unnatural. I can feel it in my bones. It's my job to keep the park visitors safe. But how can I protect them from an unknown threat? I radioed the central office, requesting backup and search parties to find the missing hikers. But so far my calls have gone unanswered. We're on our own out here. Just me, a few other rangers, and the eerie presence lurking in the wilderness, waiting to strike. I've started keeping a journal to document the strange occurrences in case something happens to me. If you're reading this now, it means I never made it back out of this forest alive. Please tell my story so others know the truth. There's an evil older than these ancient woods, and it's hungry for human souls. It started with the disappearances. At first, it was just 1 or 2 hikers who failed to return from their backcountry trips. Concerning, but sadly not uncommon, in a rugged wilderness like Nantahala, experienced outdoorsmen can easily fall victim to the elements, getting lost, injuring themselves, falling into ravines. We mounted search parties but found no traces. Then more and more people began to vanish. Whole groups gone without a trace. Abandoned campsites with tents and gear still in place, untouched, like they'd been abducted straight out of their sleeping bags. Panic slowly crept over the park staff. I tried to keep morale up, but I could see the fear in my colleagues' eyes. We all knew something unnatural was happening. I pored over old books and maps in the park archives, searching for any scrap of information. Buried in the dusty pages, I found whispered tales of dark forces in the woods, predating even the Cherokee who once roamed this land. Ancient, malevolent entities that demanded sacrifice and subsisted on human suffering. Was it possible such myths had a kernel of truth? I interviewed some old hunters at the Cedar Log Tavern in the nearest outpost of civilization, 50 miles from the park borders. They spoke of hearing chilling shrieks and howls echoing through the night forest. of finding mutilated deer carcasses dangling in trees, nearly drained of blood. The oldest man leaned across the table, his hoarse whisper barely audible over the honky-tonk music. The hungry ones are back, just like 50 years ago, when campers were found ripped to pieces. That night, I dreamed of twisted, emaciated figures emerging from the mist between the trees, their bodies contorted like gnarled roots, their eyes black pits. I woke in a cold sweat as an inhuman wail pierced the night outside my cabin window. Coyotes, I told myself, but coyotes never sounded so tortured, so hungry. A young couple failed to check in the next morning after camping near Lucifer Falls. Another search, another dead end. Surveying the abandoned tent, I noticed large swaths of fallen pine needles violently kicked up like there had been a ferocious struggle. On a broken fir bough nearby, a single scrap of plaid flannel snagged and fluttering in the breeze. It was stained with something rust-colored that flaked beneath my fingernail. My heart turned to black ice. I'm patrolling the park trails from dawn till dusk now, my senses on high alert, jumping at every snapped twig and bird call. I've started carrying my loaded hunting rifle, even though it's against protocol. The forest seems to close in around me, the shadows between pines deepening even at noon. I know I'm being stalked by an evil that's always just out of sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. The darkest day came with the mist. I awoke to find the world outside my cabin window erased, replaced by a thick silver fog that swallowed all sound and light. Uneasily, I made my way to park headquarters to check in with the superintendent and other rangers, but the outpost stood deserted, chairs knocked over, papers scattered, no vehicles in the parking lot, no tracks in the muddy gravel besides my own. Fighting rising panic, I tried the radio. Only harsh static answered. All the Park Service channels, dead air. I was alone in a silent sea of fog and trees, the weight of solitude crushing my chest. With an ominous sense of déjà vu, I recalled my night terrors about shambling, hungry shapes in the mist. The hair on my nape prickled. I spent hours fruitlessly searching for any sign of my co-workers or campers throughout the shrouded forest, calling until my voice went hoarse. Nothing but the echo of my own desperation amid the dripping leaves. Cold dread settled in my marrow with the realization that whatever malevolent force stalked this wilderness had made its move, a full-scale assault. When the mist began to dissipate that evening, I spotted smoke rising above the hills in the direction of a backcountry trail shelter. The distinctive black plume of burning hardwood and evergreen sap. My surge of hope sank to horror as I approached the source. The trail shelter had been reduced to a pile of charred, smoldering timber. It looked like it had been blasted apart from within. Viscous splatters of crimson crisscrossed the splintered logs. Bits of red pulp and shredded fabric littered the leaf mold. The noxious stench of burned flesh mingled with scorched pine sap, making me gag. I didn't have to see bodies to know the gruesome demise met by the shelter's occupants. A faint, gurgling moan made me spin around, reaching for my rifle. There between two pines, a figure crouched over the prone form of a man in a ranger uniform, its spindly hands working in jerky motions. In the dying light, I glimpsed ash-gray skin, skeletal limbs, a head like a grotesque gourd. The thing whipped around to face me, black eyes glittering like beetle shells above a lamprey mouth lined with needle teeth. Blood dripped from its chin. I fired on pure instinct. The bullet punctured the entity's chest with a wet thud, sending it staggering back into the shadows, but it did not fall. To my horror, the dark hole in its emaciated sternum sealed shut like a zipper, edges of fetid gray flesh knitting together. A wheezing rattle issued from its throat, building to an enraged shriek that sent every bird erupting from the treetops in a cacophony of alarm calls. Then it charged me, moving with a jerky marionette gait almost too fast to track. In sheer panic, I turned and ran, sprinting wildly through the trees as the creature's shrieks and loping footfalls echoed behind me. Branches slapped my face and snagged my uniform. My heart felt like it would explode. Ahead through the blue twilight, I spotted a two-track dirt road, one of the backcountry access routes. An olive green Park Service Jeep sat parked in the center, driver's door ajar. I threw myself into the vehicle, fumbling the key into the ignition with shaking hands as the shrieks grew closer. The engine roared to life. In the rearview mirror, I glimpsed the entity burst from the tree line onto the road behind me in a flurry of dead leaves, galloping after the vehicle on all fours like a ravenous ape. I slammed the accelerator, tires spitting gravel and pine needles. The thing kept pace for a few yards, its banshee screams ripping the dusk before falling away in the dust. I didn't dare stop until I reached the deserted park headquarters, drenched in icy sweat, gasping. With dread, I realized the horrific truth. One of the ancient hungry ones from folklore had risen from its long sleep, and its ravenous brethren would soon follow. The primal evil that haunted this forest was real, and now it knew I was here, fighting it. There would be no help or backup. Rifle clutched in my shaking hands, I barricaded myself in the HQ to wait out the night, jumping at every creak of timber, while a chorus of distant, unholy howls rose with the moon beyond the pines. I couldn't save the others. The only thing left to do was to try to survive and bear witness, to warn the world of the hungry dark before it could spread, if it wasn't already too late. I barely slept that night, shotgun across my knees, jumping at every creak and groan of the old ranger station. The hungry ones howled in the darkness beyond the walls, an unspeakable hunger in their alien voices. In the gray pre-dawn, I scoured the cabinets and lockers, gathering supplies. Extra ammunition, flare gun, first aid kit, some MREs, anything that might help me survive against the horrors lurking in the forest. With the sun, I emerged into an eerily silent park. No bird song, no chatter of squirrels or chipmunks. Just the crunch of my boots on gravel and the hammering of my heart. At the vehicle depot, I found most of the Jeeps torn open like tin cans, seats shredded, glass and metal strewn across oil-stained concrete. A few drops of blood spattered the ground. I salvaged what I could and sped off in the last working SUV. I drove the winding park roads for hours, searching for any park staff or visitors. But the campgrounds and cabins stood deserted, many ransacked. Backpacks spilling clothes, collapsed and slashed tents, blackened fire pits beside dented cookware. At the Cedar Creek backcountry site, I found only a single hiking boot, the foot still inside, gnawed to a bloody stump at the ankle. Fighting nausea, I realized the hungry ones had free rein over the entire park, and likely had already glutted themselves on dozens of victims. How long had their dark influence spread unchecked while I hid like a coward? In the Jeep's glove box, amid crumpled maps and candy wrappers, I found a leather-bound journal. It belonged to the park's historian, Evelyn. The last entry, dated a week ago, described her research into the area's folklore and a 19th-century fur trapper's account of a wild man that stalked him through these woods, its eyes black as coal and hungry as winter. A guttural cry in the trees shattered my focus. I looked up to see a gaunt figure drop from a pine bough onto the Jeep's hood. A twisted parody of a man, gray skin stretched over protruding ribs and scapulae, its skull elongated like it had been crushed in a vise. It scrabbled at the glass with cracked, blackened nails, leaving oily smears. I fired the shotgun through the windshield, pulverizing the creature's chest in a burst of glass and gore. To my horror, it continued to writhe and shriek, dark blood oozing from the gaping wound. Its torso pulsed as things pushed out from within the cavity, a repulsive mass of snaking entrails and writhing centipedes. Revulsed, I threw the Jeep into reverse, sending the abomination tumbling to the dirt. In the mirror, I watched its ruptured carcass pull itself up with jerky, unnatural movements and lope into the underbrush. I sped away, Evelyn's journal and a singular thought clutched tight. If I couldn't stop these nightmares, the hungry ones would soon spread their corruption beyond the park's borders. An insatiable plague loosed upon the world. Leafing through Evelyn's journal, I began to piece together the dark history buried in this forest. The fur trapper's terrified account was just the start. In the 1920s, a WPA crew building park roads vanished without a trace. Decades later, a Boy Scout troop turned up dead at their campground, mutilated. The wild man sightings continued. A hiker in the 60s, raving about a walking shadow that dragged his friend away into the night. The attacks seemed to surge every 30-40 years. when the hungry ones would rise like cicadas to feed, then hibernate, dead but dreaming. Evelyn theorized the entities had a source, a heart of darkness they spawned from. An old mining map showed a strange blank space deep in the park's interior, unlabeled, where she believed a cave system might hide some macabre secrets. But before I could ponder that further, a barrage of muddy thuds and shrieks bombarded the jeep from all sides. Bony silhouettes darted between the roadside pines, moving to cut me off. I gunned the engine, tires spitting dirt and pine needles. In the mirror, dozens of contorted shapes boiled out of the forest behind me, scrambling and bounding in my wake. Their guttural howls turned my stomach to ice. I had to get off the road. It was too easy for them to surround me. I turned down a narrow spur track into the west quarter of the park, bouncing over ruts and sending saplings scraping the undercarriage. My knuckles ached from gripping the steering wheel. The trail dead-ended at a ranger watchtower. I leapt from the jeep and scrambled up the rickety stairs. The tower's plywood shelter was barely 4 feet square, a cramped cube with screened window slits on each wall. I barricaded the trapdoor with my pack and extra MRE rations just as the first of the creatures burst from the tree line. They came in a ravenous wave of writhing limbs and gnashing teeth, hurling themselves at the tower's base. It shuddered under their impact. Pallid hands scrabbled at the support posts. Malformed skulls gnashed and clacked, splintering wood. The air filled with their gibbering and my stuttering breath. I emptied my shotgun into the mass, the muzzle flash painting freeze frames of hellish faces and ruptured bodies that refused to die. Claws gouged the floor inches from my feet. I stabbed and kicked, my boots finding spongy flesh and brittle bonework that re-knit before my eyes. The tower's supports splintered. The platform tilted precariously. In desperation, I fired a flare straight up into the night sky. The red trail sizzled heavenward for an eternal instant before bursting into a miniature sun, bathing the canopy crimson and throwing the horde below into stark relief, all jutting ribs and gaping mouths. To my shock, the creatures recoiled from the searing brightness with shrieks of pain, shielding their cavernous eye sockets. They scattered to the shadows, leaving a few withered husks smoldering on the forest floor. Panting, I realized what I'd discovered. The hungry ones feared the light. Perhaps that's why they hibernated in lightless caves for decades between feedings. Fierce hope kindled in my chest, warring with exhaustion. If I could just hold out until dawn. But true night was still hours away, and I had only 3 flares left. The creature's bulbous eyes glinted from the underbrush, patient and ravenous. My gaze fell on the jeep, on its glove box stuffed with crumpled maps. On the Forest Service roads, snaking into the blank space at the heart of the park where no trails went. I knew what I had to do. I had to take the battle to the hungry one's lair, face the source of their evil. It was time for this nightmare to end, one way or another. Evelyn had given her life to find the truth. Now it was up to me to ensure her sacrifice wasn't in vain, and that the world would never fall victim to the hungry dark waiting in these woods. I leapt from the watchtower and sprinted for the jeep, flare gun gripped tight. The hungry ones surged from the shadows in my wake, their grasping claws snatching at my heels. I vaulted into the driver's seat and slammed the door just as a gnarled fist punctured the window, showering me with cubes of safety glass. Shoving the clutch to the floor, I crashed through the creature's ranks, the jeep's bumpers and fenders crumpling against their desiccated bodies with sickening thuds. In the rearview mirror, I saw them pull their broken forms from the dirt and give chase, mouths agape, dead eyes alight with malice. I sped down the eroded mining track that snaked northeast through the forest, tires spinning on layers of mulched leaves and mud. According to Evelyn's maps, these trails led to a series of abandoned hematite mines from the 1800s, and a cursed cave sacred to the hungry ones. With grim resignation, I knew I had to find their foul grotto and destroy it, or die trying. There could be no other end. The road gradually deteriorated into sluices of scree and sapling scrub. Beyond the jeep's bloodied headlights, the inky tree line crowded close. Things moved in the roadside bracken, darting shadows and spidery limbs and unblinking eyes. They were pacing me, herding me deeper into their dark heart. The jeep bounced and shuddered up an incline of muddy ruts. I crested a ridge, and below in the headlight beams sprawled a lost mining settlement reclaimed by the elements. Heaps of rotting timbers, collapsed stone chimneys, rusted machinery upthrust from the soil like the fossils of strange beasts. A few fungal phosphorescents glowed in the chinks and shadows. Nothing human had trod this blighted ground in a century. I stopped the jeep at the camp's moldering fringe and stepped out into a silence thick as loam. No more howls or rustling in the underbrush, just the whisper of wind through desiccated boughs and the creak of my boots on ancient boards. The hungry ones had withdrawn for now, knowing their quarry could flee no further. With the finality of a tomb door closing, I entered the largest ramshackle structure, perhaps once the mining office. Yellowed documents and frontier detritus littered the floor, cracked lanterns, rusted pickaxes, scraps of vulcanized rubber. I searched the brittle papers by flickering flashlight, seeking any final scrap of information to guide me. In the rotted desk drawers, I found another leather-bound journal, this one nearly crumbling to the touch. The first page bore a single line in spidery script. Cyrus Blackwood Foreman, Nantahala Iron Mines, 1897. Heart pounding, I turned the pages with shaking fingers. The final entry spoke of a great evil unearthed by the miners in a cave called Starve Hollow Gulch, of men gone missing in the lightless depths, of a tribal shaman's warnings to seal the tunnels with dynamite, lest the hungry ones wake ravenous from their ancient slumber. But the mining company, seeking profit, had refused. "The mountain bled black this morning," one passage read. Jonas emerged from the mine pale as milk glass, raving about how the shadows moved below, and skittering noises in the dark, and eyes, so many eyes in the void, hungry eyes. I flipped to the last page, my blood turned to ice melt. The gulch has taken them all. It is too late. God forgive me. A map was tucked into the journal's back cover, sketched in faded pencil on cracked parchment. A twisting line led to a black X scrawled in the hills, an arrow pointing to two dread words, Starve Hollow. No sooner had I grasped this revelation than a bone-chilling howl went up from the forest, echoed by a chorus of others. A flurry of shadows streaked past the broken windows. They knew I'd uncovered their secrets, and now they were coming for me. I burst from the mining office into chaos. The hungry ones boiled out of the night woods, pouring between the skeletal buildings, jerky gait belying their preternatural speed. The closest ones bunched and leapt from the camp's perimeter, mummified faces contorted with glee. I fired a flare into their midst, the harsh magnesium glare throwing back the tide of grasping limbs. An instant before they reached me, smoldering, they shrank from the crimson starbursts, keening. But more were coming, dozens, their malformed silhouettes clogging the gaps between fungus-riddled beams. I sprinted for the jeep, pulse a war drum in my ears. Glancing at the map, I wrenched the wheel hard toward a gap in the trees, tires spinning on carpet of moldy leaves and wood chips. A steep track, gulched with erosion scars, climbed into the hills northeast, toward the X marking the mine. Broken scenery strobed past the cracked windshield, deadfalls of hemlock and spruce, banks of massive ferns, jutting outcroppings of dark, glistening stone. Mist threaded the high boughs, obscuring the sickle moon. Spindly shapes scuttled in the rearview mirror's edges, pacing me, yellow eyes like penlights in the gloom. The jeep bounced and shuddered over ever-worsening terrain. The transmission grinding in my ears mingled with their skittering and rustling behind. My knuckles were bloodless against the steering wheel. There could be no thoughts but to reach the gulch before they overwhelmed me. At last, the track reached a small shelf in the mountain's flank and ended at a head-high hole in a cliff face of obsidian schist, hideously organic in its dimensions, like a petrified maw. A few rotting beams framed the entrance, a cairn of bones heaped to one side. The hungry ones had savaged any creature foolish enough to seek shelter in their den. I pulled to a stop, grabbed my rifle and pack, and leapt from the jeep. The instant my boots hit soil, a tide of howling bodies burst from the trees, charging. I planted my feet, took aim at the closest one, and fired. The slug blew a hole through its skull the size of a rotten apple, but the creature barely slowed, ragdoll arms swinging. I turned to flee into the mine, but the hungry ones were too fast. 3 of them threw themselves on my back, cold fingers sinking into my scalp and neck, ancient nails drawing blood. We fell together across the bone pile in a writhing mass of torn uniforms and leprous flesh. I groped desperately for the flare gun, For a rock, a rusted pickaxe, anything. My hand closed on something rounded, half buried in the bones, ridged like a pine cone. I swung it up in an arc, bashing the creature, trying to gouge out my eyes. There was a brittle crunch and it fell away, black blood gushing from a staved-in temple. In a blink, I realized what I'd grabbed, a human skull, pitted and stained with rich earth. I staggered upright, wielding it like a macabre cudgel. Crazed strength flowed through me, the madness of survival. The hungry ones swarmed, and I laid into them, pulping heads, smashing limb from limb, a savage roar in my throat. But there were too many, an endless stream of horrors. For every one I bludgeoned into the mud, 3 more took its place, lacerating my face and arms, jagged teeth gnashing for an artery. I screamed and kicked and raged, but it was no use. They bore me down, a mass of icy flesh pinning me in the churned soil and bones. Clawed fingers found my throat, my eyes, black spots swimming across my vision, the pulse in my skull a dying ember. This was the end then, the fate of all those I'd failed to save. I would be rendered and devoured, my tattered remnants left to molder at the entrance of their vile gulch, just one more forgotten victim. With my last fading thought, I raised my head and sank my teeth into the fetid wrist, throttling me, biting until I tasted ash and spoiled meat. The creature reared back, screeching, and in that infinitesimal instant of freedom I flung myself toward the mine entrance, a final spasm of defiance. I hit the gravelly floor of the tunnel in a limp roll and scrambled deeper into the inky maw on all fours, gravel and stony shards cutting my palms. Behind me, the hungry ones seethed at the threshold, their luminous eyes and nails floating in the blackness. But they did not follow. Some invisible barrier seemed to hold them at bay, repelling them like matched magnets. They massed there, just outside the shaft, all sinewy arms and distended jaws and eyes, a wall of pale, malevolent stars throbbing with ancient hunger. And then realization crashed through my foggy brain like a tank of icy water. The hungry ones could not enter the mine, not without a human to guide them into the abyss where they were spawned eons ago. That's why they had chased me here, herded me to this nightmarish door. I was to be their key, their vessel to unleash their charnel foulness on the world again. Despair pressed me to the cold stone, heavy as a yoke of iron and just as unyielding. Hot tears spilled down my ravaged cheeks. I couldn't go back, but to go forward into the gullet of their lair was just as sure a death. There had never been any hope of escape. They had been playing me for a fool this entire time. In the distance behind the seething horror at the mouth of the tunnel, a gray pre-dawn glow limned the mist-shrouded treetops. The night was ending, but my long final night was just beginning. There was nowhere to go but down, into the black heart of the mountain, to face the progenitor of all my battles and fears. I stood on quaking legs, drawing my last threads of courage around me like a tattered cloak. The hungry ones crouched in the tunnel mouth, a phalanx of shadowed limbs and teeth and unholy anticipation, waiting for me to lead them into the primordial womb that had disgorged them upon the world again and again over the eons, waiting for access to their queen. With leaden feet, rifle clutched before me like an amulet, I started into the mine's black gullet, flare gun a comforting weight against my hip. The tunnel's strange geology swallowed the pre-dawn light after a dozen paces, and I clicked on my flashlight. The bobbing orb illuminated close-pressing walls of rippled obsidian, glinting like black ice. Behind me, I heard the hungry ones surge forward into the shaft, their long-denied homecoming a tide of scraping claws and gnashing teeth and guttural snarls. They dogged my stumbling steps, pacing me, cruel eyes boring into my back with palpable weight. One reached out to stroke my neck with a palsied hand, glee and hunger pulsing in its caress. The tunnel wound down in serpentine coils, the floor alternately natural shale and rotted wooden slats. A foul miasma hung in the air, ripe with the musk of centuries' undisturbed loam and ancient decay. The walls grew damp, beaded with an oily sheen. Puddles in the uneven floor held floating clouds of luminescent spores, eldritch will-o-wisps. Time lost all meaning in that abyssal maw. I wandered in the press of dripping stone and venous roots and grasping fungal blooms for an eternity, each bend in the passage revealing only more of the same black nightmare. The skittering of my unnatural entourage receded to a background drone, though I could feel the heat of their covetous gazes. At last, the tunnel opened into a vast sunken vault, the space shot through with curtains of phosphorescent mushrooms and ropes of calcite. A few rotting wooden structures dotted the cavern's edges, collapsed lift scaffolds, a few stacks of crumbling barrels, and at the chamber's nadir, a roiling black lake, its surface pocked with skeletal shapes. I crept to the edge of the subterranean mere and shone my light into the icy depths. Suspended in the peaty water like macabre ornaments were dozens of human remains in varying states of decay. The missing hikers, my fellow rangers, their open mouths frozen in eternal screams. As I watched, a few sank into the black murk, while others rose as if on puppet strings to take their place. And I knew then the terrible truth. This was how the hungry ones replenished their ranks after each cyclical culling. The icy waters preserved their fleshy shells, while the pit of roots, as the tribal legends called it, nourished the evil animating them from below. A self-sustaining colony of darkness defiling the land's forgotten corner. As the revelation crashed over me, I felt my strength give out at last. I couldn't fight this. Couldn't overcome a malignance that had festered in the depths for untold centuries before humanity's first footprints in the loam. All my efforts had been futile. Evil would always grow again in the cracks, the shadows, the blind spaces beneath the world. I sank to my knees at the pit's edge, watching the bobbing husks of those I'd failed. The hungry ones fanned out around me, a susurrating, gleeful mass, waiting for me to surrender myself to the black water, to join my friends in their numb, blind servitude, waiting to be loosed upon the world in a dark tide by the lifting of the last human obstacle. In my despair, my gaze fell on the rotting timbers at the cavern's fringe, and Evelyn's final words echoed in my exhausted brain. The shaman urged us to seal the tunnels with dynamite lest they wake ravenous. And like a lightning strike, desperate purpose galvanized my nerves, sent power surging back into my drained limbs. Seal the tunnels. I still had one card left to play, a final sheaf to lay upon this dark altar. I lunged for the nearest stack of decaying barrels, the hungry ones scattering in surprise. A few bore faded labels in archaic script. Danger, explosives. Weeping with mad hope, I ripped the cap from my flare gun and rammed the phosphorus tip into the wood's soft rot, crimson flame blooming. As the conflagration spread, I dashed to the next stack and repeated the process, trails of sparks chasing me. The creatures howled in rage and consternation, their unified purpose shattering. Some surged for me in a chittering wave, while others milled in confusion. I ran along the pit's perimeter, touching the torch to every moldy crate and barrel, darting from gnarled hands and snapping teeth. Flames billowed and coiled through the chamber, sucking the oxygen to a stifling miasma. At last I turned and sprinted back up the mine shaft, the inferno roaring behind me, the acrid bite of ancient chemicals filling my lungs. The hungry ones shrieked and gibbered in my wake, engulfed in clouds of spitting embers. I felt claws snag my shirt, my hair, but I pushed on. The promise of the nearing dawn a siren song. I burst from the tunnel mouth into the gray forest a moment before the world ended. With an earth-shattering roar, the mountain bucked and heaved, fire and smoke erupting from the high crags. The cliffs crumpled inward like rotted cloth, burying the accursed gulch beneath 1,000,000 tons of rubble. Trees snapped and were hurled like javelins, and I was flung a dozen yards by the blast wave into a cushion of fern and humus. For a long moment, I lay stunned on my back, watching ashes and embers spiral across the pre-dawn sky like macabre snow. The echoes of the explosion rang in my bruised skull. Slowly, shakily, I sat up, marveling at my survival. For a long moment I lay stunned on my back, watching ashes and embers spiral across the pre-dawn sky like macabre snow. The echoes of the explosion rang in my bruised skull. Slowly, shakily, I sat up, marveling at my survival. The hungry ones were gone, consumed by the cave-in or banished back to whatever primordial maw had first belched them upon the world. The land's wound would scab over and heal, its fell secrets buried deep, and eventually fade into half-remembered ghost stories once again. But I would never forget. I would carry the scars, inside and out, for the rest of my days. I limped through the hushed forest, stepping over shattered trunks and smoldering craters, as the first fingers of dawn pried at the horizon. Overhead, a raven flew silently between the branches, regarding me with ebon eyes that held no hunger, no malice, just simple animal wisdom, nature's order restored. At last I emerged from the trees near the abandoned mining camp. Mist wreathed the fungus-riddled ruins, stirring with motes of ash. The air felt preternaturally still, cleansed, like after a thunderstorm. In the distance I spotted my battered jeep, still miraculously upright on the overgrown track. I clambered inside, fumbling for the radio. Static hissed from the speakers for a long, terrifying moment. Then a voice crackled to life, high and tense with worry, but achingly human. Nantahala Ranger Station to all field units, come in. Repeat, Ranger Station to Alex Walker. Please respond. Over. I shut my eyes and exhaled a shuddering breath I felt like I'd been holding for days. They must have seen the explosion, must be sending rescue choppers even now. It was over. I was going home. I pressed the talk button, fighting back tears. Ranger Walker to base, I read you. Over. Alex, thank God. What's your 20? Are you all right? Over. I looked out through the cracked windshield at the brightening forest, battered but calm, tranquil. The marks of its battles would fade with time, even as mine never would. But for now there was peace. The hungry ones were gone. I had won. Affirmative base, I said, shook up but intact. I'm at the old trailhead off Laurel Ridge Road. I've got quite a story to tell you, and a warning. Roger that, Alex. You can tell us everything soon. Bird is spinning up now. ETA, your position 15 minutes. Just sit tight. You're going to be okay. Over. Copy, base, sitting tight. Walker out. I set the radio down with numb fingers and leaned back against the headrest. The sun broke over the mountainside, washing the woods in gold. I closed my eyes and let its warmth play across my battered face. There would be debriefings, reports, endless questions I had no sane answers for. There would be nightmares, scars, and the knowledge that true evil lurked in the forgotten spaces of the world. But for now, I let myself drift in the light. I had done my duty. I had given everything. And I had won. I had faced the hungry dark and lived to see the dawn. The dense Oregon forest closed in around me as I hiked deeper into the wilderness, following the faint trail on my GPS. When I applied for this secret government job, I never imagined it would bring me to the remote corners of the country, facing unknown dangers. But the steady paycheck was too tempting to pass up given my mounting debts and financial struggles back home in city. I thought back to the strange briefing before this mission. My superiors spoke in ominous tones about the disappearances that plagued these woods, local residents and hikers vanishing without a trace over the decades. The reports were eerily similar to old native folklore about people being led astray by malevolent forest spirits, never to be seen again. As a rational person, I chalked the stories up to natural causes like animal attacks or people simply getting lost. Still, an inexplicable sense of dread settled over me as I ventured further from civilization. The sun dipped below the treetops, and I quickened my pace, eager to make camp before nightfall. In the fading light, I spotted a weathered sign nailed to a tree. Turn back. The hairs on my neck stood up. Probably just paranoid locals, I told myself, pushing ahead until I reached the coordinates I'd been given. I set up my small tent and built a fire, but dark shadows danced at the edges of the flickering light. Whispered voices carried on the wind, or maybe it was just my imagination. Fatigue from the long trek finally overpowered my nerves, and I drifted into a restless sleep. I awoke with a start, but it took a moment to figure out why. Then I heard it again. A blood-curdling scream in the distance. I grabbed my pistol and flashlight and cautiously peered out of the tent. Scanning the surrounding forest, I saw nothing but the dim flicker of my dying campfire. The scream echoed through the woods again, closer this time, followed by a low, guttural growl that made my blood run cold. Every instinct told me to run, but I had a job to do. With a deep breath, I chambered around and stepped out to face the horrors that lurked in the shadows. I barely slept after the terrifying sounds in the night. At first light, I broke camp, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was out there. Trusting my GPS, I hiked deeper into the uncharted forest. As a Marine lieutenant, I was trained for combat. But this felt different. Fighting insurgents in the Middle East, the enemy was clear. Out here, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The forest had an oppressive atmosphere, like something ancient and evil permeated the very soil underfoot. I thought back to the old native legends and a chill ran down my spine. Still, I had to stay focused on the mission. 5 locals had gone missing in this area over the past month. The secret task force I worked for, known only as Unit 13, was called in to investigate when the disappearances defied explanation. Publicly, the government denied our existence, but behind the scenes, we handled the cases too strange and disturbing for normal law enforcement. I came to a ravine slicing through the forest floor, with a fraying rope bridge spanning the gap. On the far side, a glint of color caught my eye. I crossed the bridge, ignoring the creaking wood and swaying under my feet. There, snagged on a bush, was a torn shred of bright blue fabric, the same color worn by one of the missing hikers. My heart raced as I bagged the potential evidence. I was scanning the area for other clues when I heard the snap of a branch behind me. I whirled around, my gun aimed at nothing. Then I noticed the footprint in the mud, far too large to be human. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I grabbed the trunk of a nearby tree to steady myself. Something was very wrong with this forest. I thought of the missing people and knew I was their only hope of being found. Taking a deep breath, I collected myself and moved deeper into the woods. The day grew darker as storm clouds gathered overhead. The thick canopy blocked what little light penetrated the ominous sky. Even with my flashlight, I could barely see the faint trail winding through the dense undergrowth. Without warning, the heavens opened up. Rain pounded the leaves and thunder rumbled in the distance. Soaked to the bone, I spotted the entrance to a small cave and ducked inside, relieved to be out of the deluge. As I caught my breath, my eyes adjusted to the gloom. The cave walls were carved with primitive drawings, human figures contorted in agony as they were attacked by huge, twisted creatures. An involuntary shudder ran through me as I wondered if the drawings were the product of some ancient nightmare or based on a horrifying reality. I pulled out my satellite phone, hoping to update HQ on my progress, but the device displayed an error message. No signal. Of course, I was on my own out here. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded at the mouth of the cave, coming closer. I pressed myself against the cold stone wall, pistol aimed at the entrance with shaking hands. A hulking silhouette filled the opening, then stepped into the dim light. It was a bear, the largest I'd ever seen. It reared up on its hind legs, towering over me, and let out a deafening roar that reverberated off the stone walls. I pulled the trigger, and a deafening shot rang out. The bear staggered, then dropped to the ground with a massive thud. My ears rang in the silence that followed. I prodded the unmoving bear with my boot, amazed that a single shot had taken down such a beast. Then, as I examined the carcass, my blood turned to ice. The bear's fur was matted with sticky, coagulated blood. It had already been dead before it attacked. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran headlong into the storm, desperate to escape the cave. Lightning flashed as I fled back to the narrow trail, but my mind reeled, trying to comprehend what I'd just witnessed. What ungodly power could reanimate a dead creature? I thought of the ancient drawings, and a terrifying certainty gripped me. There was something in these woods far more dangerous than any bear. The rain finally slowed to a drizzle as night fell. I'd made camp near a rocky outcropping that provided some shelter from the elements and any nocturnal predators. With the adrenaline from my encounter with the undead bear still coursing through me, I doubted I'd be able to sleep. I pulled out my waterproof notebook and flipped through the missing persons files, searching for any detail I might have overlooked. The most recent disappearance had been a week ago, a retired schoolteacher named Evelyn Carver. She had been out foraging for mushrooms when she vanished. Search parties had found no trace of her. As I studied Evelyn's photo, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the dim glow of my fire. I grabbed my pistol, wondering if another possessed animal had picked up my scent. I strained my ears but heard nothing else. Still, the feeling of being watched made the hair on my neck stand up. Unable to shake the sense of impending danger, I kicked dirt over the fire, plunging my camp into darkness. I crouched behind the rocks with my gun and flashlight ready. An eternity seemed to pass. Then rustling came from the bushes across the clearing. I flipped on my flashlight and nearly screamed. In the stark beam of light was a face, or what was left of one. Gray, mottled flesh sagged off the skull. Worms writhed in the empty eye sockets. Worst of all, shreds of bright blue fabric hung off the desiccated body. It was the missing hiker whose torn clothing I'd found caught on the bush earlier that day. He shambled into the clearing, dragging a decomposing leg behind him at an unnatural angle. The corpse opened its mouth, and a hissing breath wheezed out from the hole where its throat had rotted away. My mind reeled as I tried to process the horror before me. This was no natural creature of the forest, reanimated by a lightning strike like the bear. The hiker had been dead far too long. His fatal wounds, the slashes across his neck and chest, were clearly from no animal. Something had ripped him apart. And now he'd returned as a monstrous revenant. I aimed my pistol at the abomination with trembling hands, then squeezed the trigger. The bullet tore through the forehead with a sickening crunch. The creature crumpled to the forest floor. I stared in shock at the motionless heap of necrotic flesh and bone. I'd seen combat, witnessed death up close, but nothing could have prepared me for this. I glanced again at Evelyn's photo, a dizzying realization taking hold. If the missing hiker had been transformed into a murderous wraith, had the others suffered the same grisly fate? Were they still out there, roaming the woods, thirsting for innocent blood? Icy sweat dripped down my back despite the chill in the air. I had to warn the other search parties combing the forest for the lost. But would they believe me? Or would they think I'd gone mad? After all, Unit 13 specialized in cases that defied rational explanation. I was trained to deal with the paranormal, the things that go bump in the night. But this was something else entirely. And I had a sinking feeling I'd just stumbled into an evil far more ancient and powerful than anything I'd ever known. Morning brought no relief from the nightmare I'd found myself in. Fog as thick as soup blanketed the forest floor. Several times I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, but could never spot the source when I turned to look. Still, the eerie feeling of being watched never left me. I radioed HQ to apprise them of the situation, doing my best to downplay the supernatural horrors. The last thing I needed was for my bosses to declare me unfit for duty and pull me out, abandoning the lost souls still trapped in this accursed place. I requested backup, but command said it would take 48 hours to get another team to my location. I had to survive 2 more nights alone in this hellscape. I forced myself to hike on, despite my near-paralyzing dread. Each missing person might still be out there, their corrupted forms posing a danger to innocent hikers and locals. I had to find them before they could do more harm. I pulled out my GPS tracker, but it kept glitching, the screen flickering as if possessed by an evil spirit. The needle of the magnetic compass spun erratically, refusing to hold a fixed bearing. I resorted to tracking the sun across the sky to orient myself. Pushing through a tangle of underbrush, I found myself at the edge of a large clearing. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted with age. Thick roots bulged up from the forest floor like the limbs of some malformed creature. And in the shadows between them, I glimpsed the corner of a backpack, the same color Evelyn Carver was last seen carrying. I approached the gnarled tree slowly, heart pounding in my chest. The backpack was wedged between two massive roots. I pulled it free, noting the dark stain splattering the outside. With shaking hands, I unzipped it and removed the contents. A wallet with Evelyn's driver's license, trail maps of the area, one of which was speckled with drops of what looked like dried blood. And at the very bottom, a journal. I opened the first page and recognized Evelyn's neat script. She wrote about a strange fog that had enveloped her while she was out mushroom hunting. She became hopelessly disoriented and walked in circles for hours, despite being an experienced outdoors woman. The final entry sent a chill down my spine. "It's the fog," she had scrawled in jagged, desperate letters. "It's alive. It wants to consume me. I'm sorry, John. I should have believed you." I flipped back to the first entry about the fog. The word John caught my eye, and suddenly I knew exactly who Evelyn was. John Carver, a retired ranger living near the forest, had vanished 4 years ago. His disappearance had gone unsolved. Until now. Thunder rumbled overhead as the pieces clicked into place. What if all the missing over the years hadn't gotten lost or fallen victim to wild animals? What if something far more sinister had befallen them? Something that lurked in the fog-shrouded heart of the forest, hungering for human essence? I recalled the research I'd done before setting out, the old native legends that warned of an immortal evil dwelling deep in the woods, monstrous creatures that could take human form to lure their prey into the fog, where they transformed them into undead abominations, cursed to join their ranks for all eternity. The legends were true, and now Evelyn and the others were part of that hellish realm. I had to get out of here. I had to warn everyone. But as I turned to flee, an icy wall of fog began rolling into the clearing, far too fast to be natural. It surrounded the twisted tree, cutting off my escape. As the mist engulfed me, I felt a paralyzing cold seep into my veins. The gun fell from my frozen fingers as I fought to remain conscious. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was a figure emerging from the fog. At first it looked human. Then I saw its face, the rotting visage of Evelyn Carver. I jolted awake in pitch darkness, my heart jackhammering against my ribs. It took a moment to remember where I was and how I'd gotten here. The fog. Evelyn's reanimated corpse. Then nothing. I fumbled for my flashlight and flicked it on. The beam danced over jagged rock walls. I was inside some kind of natural stone chamber. Roots and tendrils snaked through cracks in the ceiling high above. I must be underground, in a cave system that riddled the mountain like a honeycomb. I replayed my last memory, trying to make sense of what happened. The hypnotic fog had trapped me, and then I swore I'd seen Evelyn's lifeless body shuffling toward me. But that was impossible. My oxygen-starved brain must have conjured the nightmarish vision before I passed out. I'd probably stumbled into the cave entrance in my delirium and collapsed. Staggering to my feet, I checked myself over. Other than some new bruises and a pounding headache, I seemed intact. But my relief evaporated when I spotted the camera mounted on my tactical vest. The blinking red light indicated it was recording. With trembling fingers, I hit playback on the small digital screen and watched the footage of my trek through the woods. The video showed me setting up camp the previous night. Fast-forwarding, I watched myself doze off. An hour ticked by on the timestamp. Then my blood ran cold. In the eerie green glow of the night vision, a thick mist seeped into my camp, snaking around my sleeping bag like a living thing. The fog condensed into humanoid shapes, their forms shifting and writhing in unnatural contortions. They gathered around my prone body, skeletal arms outstretched. I must have cried out because the figures snapped their heads toward the camera in perfect unison. Glowing eyes flashed in the darkness. Lipless mouths opened in silent snarls, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The horrors closed in on me, their grasping hands inches from my face. Then the screen went black. I resisted the urge to hurl the camera across the cave. Collapsing against the stone wall, I fought to control my ragged breathing. Those creatures had been real. They'd taken me. which meant I hadn't wandered into this cave. Something had dragged me here. On cue, a guttural moan echoed through the tunnels, raising every hair on my neck. I snatched up my flashlight and pistol. The pack with my satellite phone and extra ammo was gone. The monsters must have disposed of it to prevent me from calling for help. I considered my options. I could hunker down and hope my team would reach me in time. But I had a feeling the creature's den was not a place I wanted to remain for long. The moaning grew louder, joined by shuffling footsteps and the scraping of something sharp against stone. I made my choice. Steeling myself, I crept toward the tunnel at the far end of the chamber, straining to remember my army training on navigating subterranean passageways. Time to find a way out of this underworld, or die trying. The narrow stone passageway twisted and turned, disorienting me until I lost all sense of direction. I might have been wandering for minutes or hours. Time lost all meaning in the perpetual gloom of the tunnel, broken only by the meager beam of my flashlight. The air grew colder and danker the deeper I ventured. A vague sense of wrongness pervaded the tunnels, as if I'd crossed a threshold into a place where the laws of nature held no sway. I was debating turning back when the passage opened into a vast cavern. I stepped into the enormous cavern, my flashlight barely penetrating the oppressive darkness. The beam played over towering stone formations that rose from the ground like the twisted claws of some gigantic subterranean beast. I had the unnerving sense that I'd entered the monster's lair. Shadows danced at the edges of my light, and I caught flickers of movement in my peripheral vision. But when I whipped the flashlight around, I found only bare rock. Was my fear-addled mind playing tricks, conjuring phantoms in the dark? Or were those shadow things all too real, like the shambling horrors that had dragged me into this abyss? I pulled out my water canteen and took a swig to calm my nerves. But the liquid burned my throat, and I doubled over, gagging. A sickly sweet scent filled my nostrils. In my haste to escape the creature's den, I must have grabbed the wrong container, the one where I stored the kerosene for my camp stove. I flung the canteen away in disgust, and it clattered across the stone, the sound echoing through the cavern. Hissing whispers erupted in the darkness, like a pit of vipers disturbed from slumber. I froze, my heart pounding a staccato beat. Silence fell, so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. The air crackled with tension, like the breath before a scream. Slowly I panned my flashlight across the cavern. The beam fell upon a crevice in the far wall, and my breath caught in my throat. Something was wedged into the gap in the rock, something that gleamed white in the darkness. I crept closer, dread building in my gut with every step. As I drew near, the object resolved into an unmistakable and horrifying shape, a human skull. Other bones were piled beneath the skull, along with the tattered remains of clothing. The beam of my flashlight glinted off an REI logo on the torn backpack strap tangled around a femur. My knees buckled, and I fought down the urge to vomit as I realized what I was looking at, the remains of the missing hikers. They'd been dragged here, just like me, to meet a grisly end as dinner for the insatiable monsters lurking in the darkness. I stumbled back from the grim tableau, my mind reeling. How many innocent souls lay scattered in this dark lair, their final screams echoing unheard through these tunnels? Would I end up just another pile of gnawed bones for the next poor bastard to find? Bile burned the back of my throat, along with the bitter taste of despair. I was outmatched here, a lone soldier with a pistol and a few bullets against an unspeakable horde of horrors straight out of humankind's most primal nightmares. What could one man do against such reckless hate? But then I thought of the missing townsfolk, of Evelyn Carver and her husband John, doomed to wander this netherworld through no fault of their own. If I gave up now, there would be no one left to tell their story, to warn others of the ancient evil that haunted these woods. Taking a shuddering breath, I turned back the way I'd come, my resolve hardening. Hopeless as it seemed, I had to find a way to escape this dank labyrinth, to fight my way back to the surface and the land of the living. I owed it to the dead to survive, to make sure their fates were not forgotten. Shadows writhed hungrily in the cavern behind me as I fled back into the winding tunnels. The whispering grew louder, joined by deranged giggles and inhuman snarls. They knew fresh meat was on the menu tonight. Let them come. If I had to go down fighting, I'd make damn sure I took some of those monsters with me into oblivion. I ran until my lungs burned and my muscles screamed for mercy. But no matter how many twists and turns I took, the tunnels all looked the same, dragging me deeper into an inescapable stone maze. Despair clawed at my mind as I dropped to my knees in exhaustion. The demonic cackling echoed from every direction now, drawing inexorably closer. I wondered if this was how all the other victims had felt in their final moments, lost, alone, hunted by nightmares made flesh. I thought of my little sister back home, of game nights playing video game, and weekends exploring favorite hiking spot. I'd gotten into this line of work to make enough money to support her after Mom passed. She'd be all alone in the world now. Tears blurred my vision, and I angrily wiped them away. No, I refused to die sniveling in the dark like a lost child. If I was going out, I'd face it like a soldier, on my feet, with my head held high. I leaned on the stone wall as I slowly stood. But instead of hard rock, my hand pressed into empty air. I stumbled through the seemingly solid stone into a small side chamber, as if the wall had been nothing more than a curtain of shadow. Before me stood a familiar sight, the ancient tree stump from the clearing, its roots spreading across the chamber floor. And slumped against the twisted trunk was a figure cloaked in shimmering mist. I approached slowly, my pistol aimed center mass. "Evelyn?" I breathed. "Evelyn Carver?" The figure lifted its head, glowing eyes piercing the fog. When it spoke, the voice was feminine but layered with otherworldly echoes. "Evelyn is gone," it said, "consumed, like all the others. Only I remain." The mist fell away, revealing the specter's face. I recoiled in horror and revulsion. It was Evelyn, and yet not. Her once kind features were twisted in an expression of inhuman cruelty and hunger. Her skin looked as ancient as the tree she leaned against, ridged with bark-like scars. "What are you?" I managed to choke out. The creature that had been Evelyn rose to its feet, its movements serpentine and unnatural. "The forest spirits had many names to your kind once. Hide behind, Wendigo, the hungry ones." It prowled toward me slowly, a predator savoring its prey's terror. "Your modern world has forgotten the old ways, the blood rituals that kept my kind banished to shadow. But we remember. We've been waiting, gathering our power to rise again." I aimed my gun at the monster's heart, though my hands shook. "And the missing people?" The thing smiled, exposing brown, needle-like teeth. "The fog is my doorway. I called to them, drew them to my domain to make them part of me, to help me grow stronger." It lunged at me with blinding speed. I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot boomed in the enclosed chamber. But the bullet passed right through the specter, shattering a stalactite behind it. The monster cackled. "Foolish meat thing. No mortal weapon can harm me." It slammed into me with the force of a truck, sending my gun flying. Impossibly strong fingers closed around my throat as it pinned me to the chamber wall. I struggled against its grip, but it was like fighting an oak tree. The monster leaned close, its fetid breath washing over me. Mist began to seep from its mouth, probing toward my nostrils and lips. "Don't fight it," it crooned. "Give in to the fog. Let me in. Let me taste your essence. Soon you'll be part of me too, wandering this realm for all time." The deadly fog pushed into my mouth and nose, filling my lungs with icy cold. I convulsed, feeling it invade my body on a cellular level, leaching away my life force as it converted flesh to mist. As my vision dimmed, my flailing hand brushed the ancient tree stump. A desperate idea ignited in my oxygen-starved brain. I groped until my fingers closed around a thick, sharp shard of wood. With a soundless scream of defiance, I plunged the jagged wooden stake into the monster's chest. The creature howled in unbridled agony and rage, dropping me as it staggered back. The stake protruded from its torso, black ooze spreading across its shirt. "You dare? I am the Forest Eternal. I cannot be destroyed." But cracks were already racing across its bark-like skin. The specter crumbled like charcoal, dissolving into mist that was sucked back into the shard of ancient wood like smoke drawn into a vacuum. And then, silence. It was over, as quickly as it began. The only evidence of the creature's existence was the stake and the pile of ash slowly dissipating on the stone floor. I collapsed beside the remains of the tree, my chest heaving as I gulped down air. My head spun with the revelation of what I'd just witnessed and defeated. The monster had been inextricably linked to this ancient oak, a seed of corruption dwelling in its heartwood for untold centuries, inextricably linked to its life force. The legends had been true. Only wood from the source could banish a forest demon back to its realm. I thought of Evelyn, John, and all the other innocent souls transformed and consumed by that timeless evil. In the end, they'd unwittingly given me the key to their salvation by leading me here, to the center of the monster's dark power. I know this sounds crazy. Hell, if someone had told me this story a week ago, I'd have urged them to up their meds. But I swear on my life that every word is true. There are things lurking in the shadows of our world, horrors from the darkest depths of myth and legend that defy explanation. Monsters that view humanity as cattle, ours to be bled dry by their insatiable hunger. But now I know our myths also hold the key to fighting back, to banishing these nightmares back to the abyss. I called HQ and told them I'd solved the case, that the missing were lost and presumed dead. I didn't dare share the full story, even with my superiors. They'd lock me in a padded room, pump me full of drugs until drool replaced the horrors lurking behind my eyes. No, the burden of this truth would be mine to bear alone. But also, the quest to unearth more secrets, more half-forgotten lore on how to combat these ancient evils. I owe it to the victims who saved my life to become humanity's sentinel against the darkness. That is why I'm sharing my story with you now. Because if the legends are awakening, we'll need every mind and every ally in the battles to come. Together, through knowledge and conviction, we can light the shadows and safeguard our world from the hungry ones. It's time to remember what our ancestors knew. Because the monsters never truly died. They've just been sleeping, waiting for us to believe in them once again.